Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, everybody. Welcome back to another, well, in this case, it's 2 p.m. PST YouTube stream concerning the um, Unreal Engine setting. Apparently, they're not wanting to show the current page. One second, let me go ahead and fix that real quick. There we go. Now it's pointing to the right location. um, and we'll be joined by Blackheart in just a second, so no worries on that, or in all due time. He needs to kind of get everything set up on his end as well. Um, so in the meantime, let's discuss what had happened prior. So, um, so a couple days ago, we finished off all of our working with audio session. Okay, that is done and over with. Now, um, we were confused by quite a bit in that particular section. So if there's anybody out there that knows a lot about audio, sound engineers, maybe you've done a lot of Unreal Engine studying or work before, and you've worked with audio, you know, then it'd be really nice if you could go back through our previous videos and maybe help us out with some of our questions that we've had. Whether it's like on my channel or on Blackheart's channel, either one, it would be fantastic if you could help us out on that because um, there are points where we're like, neither one of us knew what it was referencing, how it's referenced, so on and so forth. So it was like, we could definitely use some insight on that. Now, obviously, if worst comes to worst, we'll try to look it up ourselves. It just would be nice if there, if you are a veteran, then it would be fantastic if you could help us out, you know. But of course, you know, that's that's whether or not you're willing to do that or not. Okay. I appreciate, if you can take, some of your time to help us in during that, but I'll understand if you really don't. So, um, last time we were and we switched on over to the making interactive experiences. Now, initially, I was thinking that we would just kind of cover artificial intelligence. However, once I found the fact that this is the only section that really talks about artificial intelligence within their documentation, I was noticing that there was other topics here that was also, part of my list of things that we should probably, cover to have a basic understanding of in the Unreal Engine to be able to tackle, um, later on, okay, such as player input, physics, collisions, cameras. I mean, there's a lot here already. So um, I made a suggestion to Blackheart that maybe we should just go through this entire section, and he agreed. So that's what we're doing. We've already we've already cleared through the gameplay framework. Um, quick reference here. Okay, so we finished that off on the last video, so look forward to that. So we're going to be moving on to the game flow overview today. Um, doesn't look like there's much here, so we're probably going to be moving on to game mode and game state afterwards. So we'll see what happens from there. But um, um, well, Blackheart and I will discuss, what this is all about and kind of um, discuss, these particular topics. And if If it's fairly straightforward, then we'll move on. If there's things that we're like, why is it doing that? Then we'll ask questions. And obviously, um, if those questions aren't really answered or we have difficulties, please feel free to step forward. Um, put some comments into our live stream chat if you're here with us live stream, or put it in the comment section of our YouTube videos. Okay. Um, Either way, it would be of fantastic help for us. So look forward to that. So okay, I see that Blackheart has joined the stage. So let me go ahead and uh, get him to speak. Although let me make sure that my headset as audio is available so that you can all hear him. There we go.
Hello there, Jim. How
Ha-
you doing?
Not bad, my friend. And yourself?
I'm doing okay.
That's good to hear. I saw that you were playing some Genshin Impact earlier.
No,
Getting
I
some
just walked
primos.
in to grab the little trait for the primos
Gotcha.
since I came in my computer a little late.
Understandable. Understandable. Okay. So as I was updating everybody, we are going to be covering the game flow overview today. We finished off the gameplay framework quick reference yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, but whatever.
Yeah.
The last video, if you're just watching this on YouTube. um, and looks like game flow overview is actually a really short um,
Yeah,
article
it is pretty
overall.
short.
So okay. So, uh, did you get any kind of like comments or anything like that on your videos?
No, nothing.
Okay. Just curious. Again, wanted to ask, make sure, if there's anything new, then we'll share it with each other, obviously. So, um, okay. So, we have the game flow overview, the process of starting the engine and launching a game or play an editor session. So, this document explains the process of starting the engine and launching a game. Okay, that's, you know, that right there seems like it would be, fairly easy to do. You just, you know, uh, double click the application to start up, and then there's like a little play button, most often not to allow for you to kind of go into whatever you're using. But I'm assuming that they want to expand upon that a little bit more. So
Yeah.
there are two main paths shown here. The editor path and the standalone path. Okay. The general order of events is to initialize the engine, create and initialize a game instance, then load a level, and finally start playing. However, there are differences between standalone and editor modes, both in terms of exact order of some of the functions that are called and in which functions are called. The flowchart below shows the two paths running in parallel until they converge at the start of the game. Okay, so um, they give you this image, which, they say click to view full size image. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Didn't really, well, my window is still kind of small, so it's kind of difficult to see all of it. But let me go with the editor side of things here. So you basically start up the engine. It initializes the Unreal Editor engine. It starts up the Unreal Engine, or I guess instead of like it's like start engine here, it doesn't like officially start until this point, I guess, based off of like it sets everything, like you're activating the start, you're basically like turning on the power switch, right? It goes into like loading up all the necessary commands and functions and so on and so forth, for the initialization here. And then it officially starts up, right? That's what that part is, or at least I would hope. um, uses press presses play and editor button. Don't you mean user presses play and editor button? I would hope that's
Yeah,
the case.
appears to be a typo there.
Yeah. Um, okay, so you basically, your engine is started. Basically, much along the lines of how we start up the engine. You know, then we play an editor, which creates a game instance. So it's like, okay, you know, um, that's understandable. The game instance initialize pi. Not quite sure what that is referring to. Um, what pi is all about. Some additional initialization concerning the game instance. Create online session and register delegates. Okay. Um, I would imagine, if you were doing a online game in some form or another, then yeah, that would probably be something that, you'd want to make sure that you get everything working properly. So understandable about that. Create Pi game instance. Again, I don't know exactly what they mean by Pi. Um, but maybe play an environment or something like that. I don't know. Um, but they start up another game instance about that for some reason. You start up the start Pi game instance, and then you get into the actual, playing of the game. You begin to play, you start the play, start the match, whatever that means, and spawn actors and begin the game. Okay. Now, this is, the the flow here of this, um, of the actual game here is very, um, this is most likely different based off the game, right? Um, because it's like, start play. Why is there a start match? You know, this sounds to me like it's very much like a multiplayer online battle royale or something like that. That's what it sounds like to me in this particular case, right? As though you're playing like, Apex or Fortnite or something along those lines. This seems like it's kind of lining up with that a bit.
I'm not sure, probably.
Um, but again, that's how I envision it. Are you maybe thinking of something different at all, or
Not right now.
okay,
Not that I can think of.
okay? I'm just kind of curious if we have like maybe different opinions on that. Okay, so the standalone, which is basically meaning like, hey, you've already released the game out to the general public. Someone wants to play the game, so they, start up the engine, which is like, okay, in a sense, you're starting up the game there, guys, not necessarily starting up the engine. Um, which, they initialize the engine. They create the game instance. They initialize the standalone. Um, they initialize the game instance. Not, it was, initially they initialized the game engine, then they created the instance. They initialized the standalone game instance, and then they initialized all of it together in that single game instance. They create the online session and register delegates, and then they finally start up the entire engine with all of that. You know, notice how there's a lot of changes between when you started up the engine in the editor, and what happens from that engine start compared to the standalone, right? So, and then after the engine starts in the standalone, that's when the game officially starts, right? Um, so all these steps prior, in the editor session, kind of happens prior to the engine starting. So that's a little interesting. Um, Kind of interesting that they don't have um, in some ways they don't have like another like engine start down here in the editor, but at the same time, I mean they've already kind of started up the engine as well, so it's like okay, um, it's just um, it's one of those things where it's like ordering is just interesting, you know, like not quite sure why they have it in that kind of ordering in a sense. Um, like, why is the engine start here prior to, play an editor and not down there? So, I don't know. It's
Well, in the case of the engine for the editor side, you can edit things before starting the play.
right.
That's why
And
you have the engine already running, it's just not running the game yet. You're modifying things before running the game.
yeah,
That's why it's further up.
yeah. And don't
And
get
on
me
the other
wrong,
side, all it needs to do is just initialize the engine and its dependencies and then start the game.
yeah. The It's just interesting to see that the locations of them are different based off of the editor and standalone. That's all. That's just a just an observation kind of thing. And on one hand, yes, I do get it. But on the other hand, it's just interesting to see, um, the slight difference between the two. Where when you have the standalone, everything gets initialized first, and then the engine starts. Whereas, in the editor, you have the engine start and then initializes everything. That's all. A slight observation, and so, all right. Um, Anything else that you want to maybe add to that or talk about, or is
Mm,
everything pretty much straightforward for you for the most part?
For the most part, it's pretty understandable.
Okay. Now, there are parts of it where I'm like, okay, um, what do they consider part of the game instance versus what's part of the game engine? There's some questions there, like um, what what's handled under both of those umbrellas, in in my mind right at this moment in time. But obviously they're not going to talk about that here. But it's still one of those things where it's like, I wonder what kind of goes into their game engine and game instance. But we may we'll find out more about that later, I would imagine.
Hmm.
So I mean, it says up here the general order of events is initialize the engine, create and initialize a game instance, then load a level. But it's like, okay, well, what is going into a game instance versus what is going into the engine of the game? You know, that's all. I'm just kind of curious as to what that's all about. You know, and hopefully they will explain that. So,
Yeah, my in my guess, like the engine instances are just dependencies that are added by default, like things that the engine needs to run no matter what, and you have no control over it. Well, the game instances are the things you put in that you have control over. You tell it this is what you're gonna use.
hmm. I would say yes and no on that. Um, at least um, I, I I do see what you're saying on that, but at the same time, I wonder, um, you know, like, um, it's not starting up the engine itself, especially in the standalone, right? It's not starting it up, but I'm wondering, what all is it, um, like, are you able to isolate parts of the engine that that you need versus what you don't need, and basically say, hey, engine, I just need you to focus on this part of what you're going to be doing, and that's it. Is that what the game engine instance is all about?
That would
Um,
depend, I guess, on the plugins we put in. Maybe through that will turn it. We might be telling the engine, this is what you need to use.
that's that's why I'm thinking maybe that's like the focus of that, like within that standalone. It's like, hey, this engine is all about, taking, what plugins we've put in, what like, hey, we're using 2D, not 3D, so don't use anything 3D, for example. Um, we're you're setting up all um the rules of everything or something along those lines for the engine to go, okay, I see what you're trying to go for. I understand. Now, I will agree with you on the instance side where it's like, the instance is probably more along the lines of um, like specific, like maybe controls or basically something where it's like, hey, we want to be able to take in player input, um, maybe have some form of output to it or something like that. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud a little bit on that. I don't know if that's true or not, um, but yeah. Okay, moving on.
Yep.
Okay. In standalone mode, which is a mode used by games played outside of the editor, makes sense. The objects needed to play the game are created and initialized immediately following engine initialization on startup. Okay. Objects such as the game instance, again, you're not really stating what the game instance is there, guys, but we'll move on, are created and initialized before starting the engine, distinct from creating and initializing the engine. And the starting map is loaded immediately after the engine's start function is called. Gameplay officially begins at that point with the level creating the appropriate game mode and game state, and then the other actors. Okay. Uh, Again, they're talking about it, but they're not really explaining it. You so And I hope that they do that at some point. Explain, what all goes into the game instance. Like, hey, you know, it's like, great, you're talking about the game instance, game instance, game instance. Okay, what is it? And silence. It's like, come on, give me, give me more. You know, um,
Maybe at some other point they'll explain it.
maybe, or maybe they've already kind of talked about it in previous documentation. And we just kind of skipped over it, which, oops.
Oh, we don't remember it.
That too. Um, editor. In editor mode, which is used by play an editor and simulate an editor, a different flow is used. The engine initializes and starts immediately, as it is needed to run the editor, but creation and initialization of objects such as the game instance are deferred until the user presses the button to launch the PIE or SIE session. Again, what are those sessions? Um, in addition, the actors in the level are duplicated so that in-game changes do not affect the level in the editor, and every object, including the game instance object, has a separate copy for each PIE instance. The editor path rejoins the standalone path with the beginning of the gameplay in the UWorld class. Okay, it'd be nice if they explain what PIE or SIE is. Um, I can only make guesses about it. I've personally never heard either one of those two terms before in my life, and that's
No.
oh wait,
I
gosh,
think one documentation might have mentioned one of them at
no,
least.
I'm being stupid because they're not labeling it properly. PIE is play and editor, and SIE is simulate and editor. It's right above. They didn't they didn't put like
They
in
didn't abbreviate it there.
they didn't put in brackets PIE or SIE afterwards to basically show that this is play an editor and that's simulate an editor. If you're going to use acronyms, make sure that you associate the the words used with the acronym there is. Otherwise, we make guesses and so on and so forth. Plus, the fact that they used it, you know, well, actually, they didn't really use it too much above, other than within the flowchart itself. Um, so in the flowchart here, the initialize PIE is play an editor. Got it. Um, now they don't really have SIE anywhere in the flowchart, just the play an editor. So that's interesting. Um, like I wonder, like what I'm now curious about, which they don't seem to have kind of discussed more, is what is the difference between play an editor and simulate an editor?
I can only guess.
Yeah, same. Um, again, it's one of those where it's like it would be nice if they kind of explained that a little bit more. But I'm glad that I was able to go, wait, PIE, plain editor. There it is. Duh, facepalm. So, apologies on that. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to talk about on this particular topic, or shall we move on?
Let's move on.
Okay. So we're going to move on to game mode and game state. Now, this one looks to be fairly lengthy, and it also appears that it has a lot of commands being referenced here. So We might still want to kind of go through this anyway because game state and game modes feels like it's very important to um, to what we need to to what we're going to need to make when we make our clone first and then game afterwards, right? So probably need to kind of go through this fully, even though some of
Yeah.
it might be like, wait, what? Okay, ready?
Yep.
Okay. Game mode and game state. Overview of the game mode and game state. You don't say. It's like, no shit. You don't say. Um, there are two main classes which handle information about the game being played, game mode and game state. Even the most open-ended game has an underpinning of rules, and these rules make up the game mode. Okay. On the most basic level, these rules include number of players and spectators present, as well as the maximum number of players and spectators allowed. How players enter the game, which includes rules for selecting spawn locations, another spawn respawn behavior, whether or not the game can be paused, and how pausing the game is handled. Transitions between levels, including whether or not the game should start in cinematic mode. So, okay. Um, so if we were basically making a board game, for example, game mode would basically be the rules of, say, board game. You know,
Yeah.
like say you want to, um, make the game a risk or something along those lines. That would show you like, how many possible players you can have in the game, what the players can do, how to get armies, blah blah blah, and then you know, um, but it doesn't necessarily talk about like how they're able to actually like interact with the game. That I'm assuming is probably going to be in game state, but obviously we're not there yet. So, um, but yeah, that's okay. Any insight or questions you have about that so far?
No.
Okay. When rule-related events in the game happen and need to be tracked or shared with all players, that information is stored and synced through the game state. This information includes how long the game has been running. Okay, weird. That's an odd distinction there. Um, but at the same time, I can kind of see the need for that on occasion. But at the same time, there are moments where it's like you don't really need that. So interesting. Including running time before the local player joined. Okay. When each individual player joined the game and the current state of that player, again, this is feeling very multiplayer first person shooter style information that they're
Not
kind of.
necessarily. That can be applied to single player as well.
Well, when it says when each individual player joined the game, that each right there is why I kind of lean towards multiplayer in this particular case. If it was a single player game, it's like when individual player joined the game. They don't need to have include that each in there. So that's why it's like, or at least, that's in my mind. So the base class of the current game mode, okay, and whether or not the game has begun. And what way do you mean has begun? Are you meaning as though,
As in the game is running.
like, well, okay, the the my point is that there could be. multiple ways of interpreting that statement there. Do you mean when you first start up a game, like everything is getting loaded in, you're seeing like the beginning cinematic, you're seeing the very beginning of the menu, or it could be the initial lobby, like if you're in a multiplayer game, you're seeing a lot of people kind of gathering into a lobby, such as like, Mario Kart, you're having a lot of people join into the lobby. Is that the game beginning? Or is it
No, to me it's when you see like you start seeing the logo. Okay, who made this? Who's the publisher? And then you see the menu. That would officially be when the game has begun running.
that's
Like the
that's
best example I can think of this is look at Steam. It tracks how long you've been playing, right? And for that, it needs to know when you started it and for how long. And it starts counting the to Steam. Game begin is the moment that you start seeing the like opening cutscene with the logos and things like that.
hmm. But at the same time, they can be interpreting this as, you know, when whether or not the game has begun, as in, when the for multiplayer games such as like Apex or Fortnite or something like that, they might say, the game hasn't officially begun until you actually enter in the arena in that particular case. So there's different interpretations there, but I'm assuming that all that everything that I've said could still be considered under that game state. You know, someone could look at that and look at everything that I just said and say, well, yes, you know, yes, it does, track whether or not the game has officially been loaded in, the whether or not you've started up the lobby, and whether or not, you're actually in the game playing the game. It that all could,
It will also track when you're in the starting menu as well.
yeah, it could all fall into that game state. So, um, and
And when
you
you
know,
get a screen, press start to like press start.
right,
That to the game state would pretty much is already the game begun. You're already seeing something that's in the game, even though
right,
you're not actually playing. The game was already running.
yeah. It both could be correct in this particular case. So, um, you know, and so in one way, it's like, they're not being very clear, but at the same time, it might not necessarily need to be very clear because it covers everything. So, so yeah. Um, the here's the thing though about this is that game modes and game state, like, you have the game mode that is kind of covering over the rules of said game, right?
Right?
Um, and you have the game state that kind of talks about um how the game is, I guess, acting as though like, what is its current, what is the game's current state? Is it in the menu? Is it actually playing the game? Are you in a lobby? You know, it it feels as though the game state is just kind of covering that. Um,
The game state will be covering everything pretty much.
what's that?
From my understanding and own experience, I'd say it will be game state will be covering everything
Everything
from the
out.
starting menu up until you close the game.
That's how
Like
I'm.
I have launched games where I've only gone up to the menu
Mhm.
just to see if I even launches
Yeah.
and closed it. And on Steam, it would have already detected you've been in this game for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So it detected as game start, just the moment I was on that, just for being on that menu.
Yeah. The what I'm kind of questioning about right at this moment in time is, does the actual gameplay where you have input, player input, where you're showing off um what's going on in the game. You're showing the graphics, you're showing, you're having the audio, you're having um the input and the output of the player controls and stuff like that. They don't necessarily outright state that in as being part of the game state, but at the same time, I could still interpret it as that, but they're not distinctly stating that either. So I wonder, does the game state umbrella cover all of that as well? I don't know. You know, I would, in my mind, it should, you know, but they're not distinctly saying that right at this moment in time. So I don't know. I don't know official. I don't know like 100%. I'm making the assumption that it does, but I don't know. Do you agree with me on that, or do you feel like um like like gameplay, or the controls or something like that might fall more under the game mode?
I'd say that we're more in the game modes, and game modes controls the rules of the game,
Right,
and controls would fall with be into the whole rules section.
right,
All the game state does is check if those rules are active or not.
yeah. And that's why it's like, I'm not quite sure. Now, they are showing player controller over there, which obviously is part of, how you control the player, firing weapons and so on and so forth. They have this see also player controller over on the right hand side there. Um, so and obviously, that is indeed, how you control the you know how the player controls that avatar, whatever that is, right? Um, or the pawn, whatever. Um, so my question would be, is the player controller going to be falling under the game state, or is it going to be falling under the game mode? We'll find out
Mode.
soon.
I'd
Soon.
say mode.
You
And all the game state is going to say if controller's active or not. That's all the state I think is gonna look at.
yeah. Well, we'll find out, or at least hopefully we'll find out. All right. Game modes. Well, certain fundamentals, like the number of players required, or I've already covered everything. Yeah, okay, I did. Um, while certain fundamentals, like the number of players required to play, or the method by which those players join the game, are common to many types of games, limitless rule variations are possible depending on the specific game you're developing. Regardless of what those rules are, game modes are designed to define and implement them. There are currently two commonly used base classes for game modes. Game Engine version 4.14 introduces a game mode base, which is the base class for all game modes and is a simplified, streamlined version of the classic A game mode. Okay. A game mode, the game mode base class before version 4.14, still exists and functions as it did before, but is now the child of a game mode base. Okay, interesting. So game mode base is the parent and a game mode is the child. Gotcha. A game mode is more suited to standard game types like multiplayer shooters due to its implementation of the concept of match state. Interesting. Okay. Um, would hmm. So now I've you know that triggered like a question for me, and whether or not you would need a game mode. Like if you don't have a standard game type, for example, like you're coming up with some really unique game in some way or another, like, no one's ever come up with this concept before, could you, in a way, remove a game mode from even existing? Or is it basically saying, hey, it's automatically going to be in there in the engine? So, I don't know, but, you know, makes me wonder. So, you know, one of the problems with some engines sometimes is that they don't really allow for you to change up the engine to what you need. Sometimes they are very restrictive as to what you can do with the engine itself, or with the engine that you want to provide to the player for that instance. So so you might say like, hey, I'm not doing a multiplayer shooter. I don't need this. Will the engine still kind of have it in the instance even though it's never used? So that's why I'm kind of curious about that. But obviously, that delves pretty deep into the engine, I would imagine. So, you know, um, any thought lines about that at all there, Blackheart, or are you kind of like same thought line, or do you have anything else that you want to add?
Well, let me think. What I'm thinking is what this has is may have some already base code that is standard throughout certain things. Like in the case of that game mode using for multiplayer, for the concept of match state, could be maybe because it has already some code that helps for matchmaking that's generally used on pretty much every single, like it has standard code for matchmaking, for example.
Yeah, yeah, that's how I meant.
But
That's how I'm
how
interpreting.
would you that in the case of what you're saying, maybe someone wants to do something different, like how would you change something that's already a standard for
Hmm.
pretty much everything? You need to really think outside the box
Hmm.
to change that standard.
Right. And believe me, there are definitely games out there that have broken the rules, from time to time as to how they want to go about doing their gameplay, right? There's been some very unique games out there that have broken that mold. So so while yes, a game mode there being used for standard game types like multiplayer shooters would be very helpful for you, especially if you are designing a multiplayer shooter in a game. Like say, you want to make a Fortnite clone or something like that, right? Then you're perfectly, you know, a game mode would be, you know, really in line with what you want to do. But let's say you want to do something that is completely off the wall, um, like maybe I don't know, like Subnautica, for example, right? You know, you don't really have a like a well, it's definitely not a multiplayer shooter, so you know,
No,
um, but I
they
mean they
wouldn't use this. It probably use the other version since at the end it says that uh
a game
it's a
mode basis
standard.
new default game mode, including new code projects due to its simplicity and efficiency. Yeah,
Yeah, because of the simplicity of efficiency, if you were not making a multiplayer, then you would use game mode base,
right,
then and not a game mode.
right, and that's the reason why they made it the parent to a game
What
mode.
I'm guessing maybe
So,
what a game mode base has maybe like simplified controls like movement,
mhm.
maybe jumping or crouching, like maybe have some preset standard controls.
Right. Which, I mean, you could probably just go ahead and kind of ignore as well, depending on your game as well. Um, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, a game mode based, I would be like, yeah, no problem. That's obviously as it says, the base class for all game modes. Okay, no problem. Um, but if it, you know, but if a game mode is, specifically for a multiplayer shooter, then I'd have to wonder, is there a way to just kind of remove a game
Multiplayer
mode?
shooters like an example. Like I just look at the multiplayer in general.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they're saying, more suited to standard game types. So I don't know exactly what all is included in the standard game types, but they could be including like, RPGs, they could be talking about action, they could be talking about adventure, they could be talking about, first person
All
shooters,
Rust.
who knows? Game mode could have all that kind of built into it. So we still might use it, you know. They're just using a multiplayer shooter as an example of that, which obviously we
Yeah.
wouldn't necessarily use, but we still might need to use a game mode anyway, depending on what game type we want to create. So, you know, I,
Hello, Mila.
I would just kind of be curious if there's a way to remove a game mode. Like, say, like, hey, we don't need it, don't include it, we're fine without it, we're just going to use a game mode base and we're going to be happy with that. That's what I'm that's what I'm kind of wondering about, but we'll see. I would hope so, but again, we'll see. Okay, so a game mode base. All game modes are subclasses of a game mode base, which contains considerable base functionality that can be overridden. That's good. I like when you can override some of the functionality uh, that they have. So, you know, like for example, if they say like, "Hey, this is how you have to interact with the menu," and you're like going, "No, this is, I want to do it in this, in this different way," then it'd be nice to be able to, change that possibilities, right? So, um, so yeah, that's just thinking out loud there. So, okay, init game. The init game event is called before any other scripts, including pre-initialized components, and is used. My my page is a little too thin there. It's kind of cutting off some of the letters. Um, the game event is called before any other scripts, including pre-initialization and pre-initialized components, and is used by a game mode base and pre-initialized components, or game mode base pre-initialized components. Okay. Um, Pre-login accepts and rejects a player who is attempting to join the server. If you need them to join a server, so causes the login function to fail if it sets error message to a non-empty string. Pre-login is called before login, and a significant amount of time may pass before the login is called, especially if the joining player needs to download game content. Okay, interesting. Um, makes sense on that. But again, that's if you need it, need a or have a server that they need to kind of log into. Um, like for example, um,
Genshin, Warframe,
yeah,
pretty much any online game.
yeah. But you might not, and this might not. really be needed for say like standalone games like say Kingdom for example or XCOM or something along those lines. Something that doesn't really have any need for a server connection. So um, so we might not necessarily, you know, you and I, we're probably not going to be needing this right away.
Yeah.
You know, if we're going to be like, building our games specifically for Steam, for example, this pre-login is kind of handled by Steam,
Mm,
alone, and
maybe, yeah.
therefore we wouldn't really have any form of pre-login within our game itself. Because we wouldn't have
As
our
long
own.
as not necessary for like the cloud saving, I guess not.
Yeah. Um, Now, if for some reason we have like Steam connecting to our own personal launcher that connects to a server, then that makes sense, right?
Right.
Um, like if for some reason you have Genshin Impact has a you can set up the launcher for Genshin Impact into Steam, which I don't think that's possible.
No, Epic does.
I,
No,
I
Epic
don't. I,
is the sole owner of it.
yeah. Um, you know, so, but I mean, uh, but that, um, you know, but let's, World of Warships does that. So just saying, you know. Um, Although I don't really know if the Steam version launches the World of Warships launcher, then you log in, or if it launches directly into the game itself.
If I remember correctly, it does say you need a third-party account, so you would have a login to the worship server. So you would need this pre-login.
All right. Well, no,
Yeah.
I know World of Warships has its own launcher. I
No,
can't
no,
rem
but even Steam says for like some games like that, that needs that you need to have an account on the worship site. Even if you're using the Steam version, you still need the
yeah,
worship's account.
yeah. I just can't remember if the Steam launches their. you know. Now, obviously, it might, if
Or
it's
a version of their launcher.
maybe, yeah, probably. Um, but either way, um, that pre-login would matter for, say, like World of Warships, right? So yeah. It is now 3 o'clock. Shall I just kind of go through the post login through logout and then we'll end it there, or?
Sure.
Okay. So post login, called after a successful login. This is the first place it is safe to call replicated functions on the player controller. On post login can be implemented in Blueprint to add extra logic. Okay. Understandable about that. Handle starting new player. Called after post login or after seamless travel, this can be overridden in Blueprint to change what happens to a new player. By default, it will create a pawn for the player. Okay. Um, I wonder if post login is also kind of in charge of like handling like the menu system or something like that. You would think that there would be like a menu system in here, but I'm not seeing anything in this particular list. So, so I wonder if like maybe they don't have one, or if they're kind of including that under the whole post login, um, having that extra logic under the post login. You know, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Um, Restart player. This is called to start spawning a player's pawn. There's also restart player at player start and restart player at transform functions available if you want to dictate where the spawn and where the pawn will be spawned. On restart player can be implemented in Blueprint. Add logic after this function is finished. Okay. Um, hmm. Kind of curious about the at transform. I'm assuming at transform might mean like at a different point in the map, maybe. Like you have to
I'm
specify on the map, like this is a transform of a new spawn, maybe.
I'm guessing, yeah, that could be the case. Like, for example, on Genshin, if you get knocked out, you'll respawn at the last portal you used.
Right.
And if you
So
use a different portal, that it would transform that spawn over to that new portal.
right. So or at least it might go, hey, you're closer to this one portal, so we'll automatically set the transform to that one portal or something like that, or something like, who knows. But it's the only thing that I can think of on that one. Spawn default pawn at transform. This is what actually spawns the player's pawn and can be overridden in blueprints. Okay. Um, I mean, that's pretty pretty self-explanatory. So, and then log out, called when the player leaves the game or is destroyed. On logout can be implemented to do proof logic. Okay, this is a little scary to me, in a way, because um, logout should be in line with a login, right? As in you're shutting down the game completely. Like you don't need to be in the game. You need to shut down the server. You shut down the connection to the server. Blah blah blah. They're not saying that for this logout. Well, I mean, they say leaves the game, which is okay, kind of. I mean, it's not wrong, but at the same time, it's like they're not specifically stating that outright that they are, leaving. They're leaving the server. So, um, and the fact that is, you know, when a player is destroyed, it's like, what does
Mm,
that have?
That doesn't necessarily mean player, more like it says when that you leave the game or is destroyed, like the game is destroyed, which could be a reference to a crash, for instance, or a power outage that shuts you down.
Okay,
That
you,
could be
you
seen as destroyed.
okay, so you're interpreting the is destroyed in concerning the game instead of how the player leaves the game or the game itself is destroyed. That's how you're interpreting that sentence. Okay.
Yeah.
Which again, that could be exactly what they're talking about in that particular case. Um, so yeah, okay. Um, that makes sense, but again, they didn't specifically outright say that it's talking about like leaving the server or anything along those lines. So that's why it's like, are you basically saying that sure they've stopped the connection or they've stopped the game, but they're still connected to the server somehow? Hmm. So the server is now collecting information from the player's computer? Okay, man. you know. Now we're talking about like conspiracy theories and stuff like that. The servers are inside your computer, downloading your data, stealing all your information. and then who knows? Some of that might actually be true. how some companies are nowadays. That
Well,
so
I mean, Windows 11 is kind of like that, and was it iOS that does that technically, since they can delete stuff from your device if they want to.
yeah, yeah. Um, I'm kind of irritated with the fact that Windows kind of ignores my default browser. You know, I set my default browser, and they have like certain apps that you can kind of download into Windows 11. And it's like, oh, okay, you want Facebook? Sure. If you want Twitter, sure, it's there, blah, 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 right? But when you launch them, it goes to Edge, not your default. And it's like, wait,
God, I haven't had that issue with mine.
hmm. I've,
I set mine to Firefox, and I haven't had that issue yet.
well, I mean, whenever I launch Firefox, I don't have any problems with it, right? But, I've had like on my tablet that's also Windows 11. Um, you know
What,
I've
Aaron?
I've had like Facebook and Twitter you know as applications on my tablet. So when I
Mm,
click on them,
mm.
it loads up Edge and not Firefox. And I'm like, what are you doing there, Windows? What the fuck? So I've had that issue. So and they've basically stated that Windows has, they do it that way to make sure that everything loads in properly because they're never quite sure if your default browser can handle everything that it can handle or something like that. It's like,
No, they just want to make sure they can collect data from their
you,
users.
pretty much.
That's why I go into the actual Windows configuration and disable a few things.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it wants to do that. So, but we're off track.
Some of those configuration are a bit hidden. I don't
Yeah,
remember how my dad actually helping with that since he still works with that.
yeah,
So they cannot mess with anything that I want.
yeah.
That includes updates. They cannot force me to an update anymore. If I don't want it, I don't want it.
Hmm. I mean, there is there's sometimes a good reason to update. Making sure that it it fixes any kind of security risks to your computer. You know, I
Yeah, the
I'm
problem with those updates is they can be hefty, and not all hard drives can handle that. Like
true.
the hard drive on my current laptop can is too risky to allow a Windows update because those updates are big.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
and they
why I don't want the updates on my laptop. They're gonna be a problem for my hard drive.
yeah, and especially if they're not like if they're adding and not subtracting some of the old content, then it's like, well, it's you're just gonna get you know a lot of just overfull of data, and it's like, ugh. No,
Yeah,
I hear you on that one, you know, and that's you know um I on one hand it's like yeah, I believe me, I completely understand. If you have a very limited space on your hard drive and stuff like that, then you need to kind of control what, comes in and out of your computer, right? Um, but at the same time, you also potentially could run the risk of having someone, access your computer as well, if you have security updates that aren't put in place. But I mean, that is, in my opinion, that is based off of the user's computer. You know, hey, if they want to be, if someone wants to be like completely ignorant, I'm never gonna update this whatsoever, then hopefully they'll never complain if they get, their computer completely taken over at some point,
yeah.
right? You know, it's like, how dare
Yeah,
Windows?
that also calls into, okay, where are you? What sites are you getting into, and who are you actually trusting with it?
Exactly. Um, like if someone was like going, and I'm never gonna update it ever, I'm never gonna take any of these security updates and blah blah blah, and then suddenly like someone gains access to their computer, locks it down, and stuff like that, and they're like, how dare Windows not protect me? It's like, well, you kind of did it to yourself a little bit. So, um, so it's one of those things where it's like, you have to, you know, uh, your dad, everybody at your house, you guys know what you're
Uh,
doing, so
we
you guys,
install other we install secondary protection
yeah,
software so that
yeah,
we don't have to worry about it,
yeah, or
and that is
you
lighter.
you try to not to worry about it, you know. But I mean, let's face it. We would
Yeah,
be,
I have one installed right now that's constantly scanning for threats whenever I'm browsing.
yeah, um, yeah, and indeed. Um, the I'm just letting anybody that's listening know that, hey, if a hacker wants to try to get into your computer, believe me, they'll find a way. Okay. You'd have to be, you know you'd have to have a lot of security to prevent, a hacker from breaking into your computer. And sometimes, in some ways, the best security is not being online at all. you know
Yeah,
so So that's it. You know, but that's, you have to, there are certain things that you're gonna have to just accept in some ways. So, if you're online, you run the risk of being hacked. So, period.
yeah.
So, all right.
Just don't get anywhere shady to begin with.
It, that, someplace shady is definitely, you know, a big no-no. That's for sure.
Yeah,
you know, if you're going to some very um, unknown sites that are very um, not secure, has a lot of pop-ups, well, guess what? You're risking for, them to go, ooh, hey, here's a free computer. It's ours now. Or, hey, look at all this information that's on your computer that you've just,
yeah. And
you've,
if you see a lot of ads on the site, just don't bother clicking on those ads.
oh, yeah.
Those are the most dangerous one of them all.
Indeed. Especially if you
Put
don't
an
know,
ad blocker or something.
especially if you don't know where those ads are coming from, too.
Yeah,
You know,
that's why ad blockers are a thing.
yep. Um,
Shut up, mittens. Not
so,
now.
all right. Well, that's going to be it for the Unreal Engine. We're going to go ahead and stop there.
Yep.
After the whole logout section there, we'll go ahead and continue with this next time. Um, just a word of warning, my friend. I'm coming close to a section in my Pega certification that is going to take hours to complete. So, so when
Or
I
if you need the time, you let me know, and we
yeah,
don't do Unreal.
yeah, I just wanted
Or
to kind
maybe I experiment with level design on my own.
yeah,
I got a few assets that I got from Unreal for free, and I could maybe mess with and try and create my own level just for practice.
okay, that's fine. I just wanted to kind of give you a heads up on that because
Yeah, yeah, just let me know, and so I
yeah,
know that we won't be doing this.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably going to be coming up in the next day or two. So
Okay.
I'll give you a heads up. But I also want to let everybody else know that, that um, the Unreal might be paused a little bit in time and being outputted to our channels for a day or two while I work on the Pega certification.
Yeah,
Um,
no problem.
so okay.
Yep.
All right, my friend. That's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for tonight. I want to thank everybody for coming on by and stopping on by, chatting with us. Um, so, including those that are just kind of lurking in the background, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. If you have any kind of comments or suggestions, or you want to answer some of our questions that we had, feel free to post that into, our chats while we're live, or put it into the comment section on our videos. And then Blackheart and I will share it with each other. Unless you want to put it on both of our videos, then you're welcome to do that if you want.
Yeah.
Um, then we'll be like, oh, did you get this one message? Oh, yeah, we got it. Okay, you know, awesome. Um, check the description for various links that both Blackheart and I have. You know, he has his links, I have my links. You know, um, Discord, Patreon, Throne. Just a couple of examples. Also, the um, robot team application. Link is down in the description as well. If you wanna join up on Team Robot, check that out. Anything else?
No, I don't think of. I read that myself up before I joined your stage.
Okay.
Already.
All right, man. Well, I'll leave you to your end to wrap up, and I will do the same. So you have a good night, and I'll catch you next time. Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye. Okay. But that's gonna be it on this there, folks. Um, go check out Blackheart Games on his channel, on his YouTube channel. You can also check him out on VStream and Kick. He's been doing multi streams on those platforms as well. If you want to check those out, um, you know, feel free to go help him out. He, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind the support myself, but I also recommend that you go check out his channel, show him some support, show him some love, um, and help us continue growing on YouTube. Give that like and subscribe would be fantastic. Help us out with the YouTube algorithm. Check out our other playlists that we have. Gaming, coding, whatnot. You know, um, links to Blackheart and other members of Team Robot is going to be in the description on these videos, so feel free to check out their channels. Um, and that's going to be it for tonight. So, um, going to be going on to video uploads, and then we'll be playing some more Warframe later on tonight. So look forward to that. But that's going to be it for this session of the Unreal Engine study session. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. Until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. I'll catch you strangers next time. Alright, that recording is done. Let me go ahead and mute the headset audio because I need to keep some get some music going so that my headset doesn't die on me. I have to have some background noise, otherwise my headset just goes. Oh, it's like, God damn it! I'm gonna shut off on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. God damn it! Why? All right. Um. So, from here on out, we'll go ahead and look into getting some videos uploaded. Well, actually, the videos have been uploaded. I just need to get uh, make them public. So, um, got 5 videos to do, so let's, or not 5, 4. Um, yeah, I can count. I'm a professional. I've been doing this for years. Yeah, man, I completely understandable. Completely understandable. Okay. Okay. So this is the Unreal. So reuse that. Okay. So this one is concerning the um, um, yeah, this is concerning the making interactive experiences. So um, hmm. Okay. Let me go ahead and try to rearrange my windows here a little bit so that I can kind of see everything that I want to see. Um, okay. Let's see. Title is going to be a little different though, or I'm going to have a little bit of difficulty with the overall title on this because I don't really have a lot of room here. So, making interactive experience. Yeah, that doesn't really leave room for the gameplay framework. Hmm. Um. Um. Maybe I'll just cut this down, saying making interactive and gameplay framework. Ooh, don't have enough for gameplay framework. Okay, I'll just have to leave that as kind of open-ended, I guess. Oh well, not much I can really do about that, I guess. Um, okay, everything else is fine. We're going to change out the tags because we're no longer doing the sound cue. So we're having making interactive experiences. And then the gameplay framework. Um, quick reference. Oh, okay. Well, not done with you there. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just have to just type it all out again. Gameplay um, framework quick reference. There we go. Hey, hey there, Rose. How you doing? Um, what have you been up to? You're doing the request right now? What do you mean the request? Okay. Not quite sure exactly what you mean by that, so that's all. Okay, so we did that on the 26th, so the video will be released on the 2nd, at 11 a.m. Trying to follow the standard 1 week afterwards. So there's that. We have Genshin and no, not Genshin Impact. That's Star Rail. Okay, don't see any immediate videos there. So Star Rail. There we go. Reuse. There we go. Is the mission that you're doing? Okay, gotcha. Well, good luck on that. Hopefully everything works out for you. Let's see. What were we doing during Star Rail here? Oh right, we were trying to do the one event that was kind of a little bit of a pain in the ass. Um, okay. So this one is the virtual scent venture. Virtual scent venture. There we go. Experience. My time schedule is not up to date on that. Let me go and fix that. There we go. Okay, that looks about right on that one. I'm smelling something from downstairs. I'm assuming that it's, my roommate's cooking, so. Recording date was on the 25th, so there we go. I'm like right above the kitchen overall, so so it's kind of easy for me to kind of smell whatever's, you know, being cooked from downstairs. So, all right, that was done on the 25th. Wait, did I screw up here a little bit? I think I might have screwed up. I think I might have set the time or the release um, of the previous video um, Unreal to another day. Yeah, I did. Um, but it was also, you know, set for the 20. It was originally done on the 25th, so yeah, it should actually be the first, not the second that it's released. There we go. Fix that. There we go. Okay, 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. Gotcha. Awesome. Okay, next on the list we have our Pega certification, which I didn't really go. I don't really have a good thumbnail for that right at this moment in time, so I might need to create a new one here. So let's go ahead and look through the video a bit. Um, Hmm. The the web page looks a little odd, or the web page address looks a little odd. Let me. There you go. Okay. I guess that's standard. Never mind. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a screenshot of this so everybody knows that, this is the um, what we're working on there. Okay, that works. Let's see. We'll go ahead and save it to our video folder here. I've had to make a lot of different thumbnails for Pega. Oh well. It is what it is. Let's see. There we go. Oh wait, I need to get the Pega set there. There we go. Okay, so we got ourselves some additional information that we need to kind of take care of here. Let me log into the Pega website here because I need to get a lot of their I want to just kind of do a copy paste of their the words that they used. Makes it easier to paste it into the um, into the um, YouTube Studio. So let me scan the glass scanner. Whenever I hear about scanning, it most likely will probably be talking about using the scanner that you get from Cephalon Samaris. Have you already taken care of that one? Or is that something that you haven't encountered yet? It's basically that floating yellow ball of, you know, um, looks like in a sense of like electronic eyeball, but not quite. Not quite an eyeball, but it's like, it's some kind of like construct that's like floating about or something like that. Have you seen that one yet at all? Okay, you're with Cephalon itself. Okay. So, when you're at Cephalon's location, there is a table on to basically the right-hand side. If you're facing Cephalon, there's like a table on the right-hand side that you just need to kind of walk over to, and inside that table uh, is some items for you to purchase. Um, the one thing that you're going to need to purchase is what's called a scanner, or I don't know the exact name of it right off the top of my head. Um, but it's one of the items in on that table that you can purchase. You need reputation in order to purchase it, so it takes it should give you like enough reputation for you to purchase you know, like maybe like 5 scans or something along those lines. Don't worry, there is a way to get more. Okay, you can get more scans for one thing. And another thing is that there's a way to get infinite scans, but right now you're going to be kind of stuck on the Cephalon Samaras. So you're inside his vigil. Hmm. Okay. Um. Unfortunately, it's been a long time since I've done that particular mission. They should give you some way of scanning it in some way. Whether it's you might need to just kind of go walk right up to that glass scanner if you need to and try to. There might be like an interaction with it itself. I don't really know, or I'm not really remembering it too well, but okay. Excuse me. There's the module. Oh, wait, hold on. Where am I in terms of videos right at this moment in time? What part number am I? 172. Yeah, so it'd have to be 173. Right, okay. Try scanning it and it didn't work. Hmm. Mm, yeah, I'm not really remembering that mission all that well, so you have to understand that I think it's been close to 4 years. I think it was about like 3 years ago when I did Saya's Vigil. Um, so I'm trying to remember it offhand, but I really don't. And they might have changed it since then, but I don't really know. Um, um, hmm. Module topic. Magic quiz. There we go. There's tags. Um, a scanner. Hmm. Um, hmm. I'll have to review my old video. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me finish getting this one video out, and I will see about um, we'll see about, trying to remember exactly what the steps were on that. Or I'll go through my old video and see where it was. Okay, that one's been uploaded. And let's see. Playlist, Warframe, videos. There we go. Okay, there's the size visual blind. Okay. Okay, I think I see the whereabouts of this a bit. Okay, so you are at the spot where it's kind of showing you like that little glass object, and it kind of shows you some text about how to select the glass scanner, and it's trying to tell you like, this is how you have to scan the object, right? Now my question to you is, do you have the scanner in your wheel already? Okay, sometimes people tend to forget that you have to have it loaded within your inventory, within that wheel, to make use of it. If you don't have it there, then for one thing, I wouldn't really, I'd be wondering what the heck happened, because it really should have taught you how to go about setting the scanner up inside the wheel. So if it didn't do that for you, then I'm not quite sure what's going on there. So if you don't have it in your wheel, then you're gonna have to go back to um, you're gonna have to kind of go back to your ship to go to your arsenal to load in the scanner into your wheel. Otherwise, it won't work. You need to have that. Um, um, you need to have the um, you know, you have to have that codec scanner inside that wheel, and then you can kind of, um, yeah. So if you hold Q and you don't see anything in that wheel, then that means that you haven't loaded it in properly. So if you're holding Q and it shows nothing, then somewhere along the line something happened to where to um, you're not able to use your scanner, right? So I don't know exactly what exactly happened. I would hope that they told you how to actually get the scanner and how to load it up um, you know, in your equipment list. But if it didn't do that for you, then once again, it's one of those tutorial problems that the game has from time to time. Um, so if you don't have the codec scanner in your wheel, what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to leave the planet, because there's nothing you can do. You're gonna have to exit the planes. Just go back to the gate, exit out, and you're gonna have to go back to your ship. Um, you know, um, if you want to, um, well, I did do the size visual, you know, video, video on it's on in my playlist. Let's see, where does it really begin? Um, videos. I was thankfully instructed by my friend Crazy when I was kind of working on this for the longest time. For a while at least. Um, so um, hmm, okay, I don't really see. Looks as though I might have already have those scanners. I'm just looking through the fourth video that I have on my Warframe playlist is all about size visual that I did. So if you want to, you're welcome to kind of check through that video to see what I did. And obviously there's going to be changes, so just kind of bear that in mind. Um, but yeah, I don't really see. Um, bounties, prove yourself. Yeah. Um, then I guess you talk with Saya again, and you're trying to find some additional resources and stuff like that. I don't think I'm showing how to set up the wheel um, in the fourth video though. Hold on, let me see if there's something more concerning the arsenal there. My gosh, how much has changed. um, I'm looking at, when I first got into the game versus, what I've seen lately. So, they've definitely kind of changed out the layout of it. Um, so yeah. So, um, oof. All the Cetus instances are busy. Yikes. Um, but I mean, if you want to wait, I'll be in Warframe in like 10 minutes or so, so I can kind of show you where you kind of need to go in order to set up your wheel. So give me a few minutes and I will kind of help you out there. So. Because obviously the interface that I was and that I had when it during Side's Vigil has definitely changed, you know, since I played it last time. So believe me, I understand. So okay. Okay, what are we looking at here? Um, let's see. We did some. Yeah. Hmm. And then Blackheart was really kind of helping me out with some of the weapons that I was kind of needing. Uh, search of the missing parts. Okay, we can get rid of the copyright claim portion of that. We don't need to worry about that. Blackheart was in the video, so we'll include him. It's done yesterday. No copyright claims. Which is something that I now have to worry about with Warframe. My God. Oh well. Will be released on the 2nd at 12 p.m. There we go. Now, everything is scheduled properly, so everything is looking good. Now, normally I'd be saying like, hey, this is where I'll start with like, maybe some website development or some editing or something along those lines because I'm caught up, but at the same time I don't have everything. For one thing, I don't have my everything kind of set up properly to handle either one of those right at this moment in time. Editing and the website, so I can't really do that right now. Plus, I mean, there's only like 4 minutes left, um, so we'll just go ahead and switch on over to getting prepped for Warframe here. So give me a minute or two. Let me kind of get everything kind of set up here on my end. Um, to launch Warframe, and we'll get into the game here real quick. Well, I mean, I still need to kind of do a little bit of a intro, so be aware that there's still going to be a little bit of a delay, so be patient. Um, okay. Warframe is again. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. Well, I'm technically officially inside Warframe right now. Just bear in mind that I'm still not there yet. So, give me a minute or two. Let me make sure that everything's kind of, you know, set up and handled here real quick. Um, oh wait, I need to switch the live version to Warframe. We are no longer doing the category of science and technology. We are switching on over to gaming and Warframe. There we go. Yeah, that looks about right. Everything got set up there. Let's go ahead and switch my stage on Discord over to Warframe. I grind. There we go. That's the one thing that I'm going to be working on quite a bit, or at least that's the plan for today, is to do a lot of eye grinding so that I can purchase a lot of relics for today. Um, to kind of also, on one hand help myself out with you know, getting enough relics so that I can um, you know, I'll try to hand some over to Blackheart, and we'll try to do a double break of the relics so that we have a higher chance of it. But at the same time, it's a little concerning because next time that I play with Blackheart, the Insurgents is going to be completely gone, and therefore my chance of actually getting said, weapon parts is also going to be gone as well. So it's like the timing. So I forgot to. Well, I mean, I have a lot on my mind lately that you know haven't been able to um, get focus on like one thing right at this moment in time. So okay, so this is what's going to happen. Just to kind of give you all heads up. Um, I'm going to switch the scene collection over to Warframe. We'll have the start screen, splashed on the screen for you. I'm just starting up a brand new YouTube video, so so for those of you that are watching me live on stream right now, don't stress. I'll be back and communicating with you in just a minute or two. Just be patient while I switch on over to the YouTube video. So just kind of be patient with that. I'll be back, and then we will get started on some Warframe in just a minute or two. Um, so be patient. I shall return. Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, everybody. Welcome back to another Warframe livestream. I'm your host, Strangebro Jim. And today, we're going to be kind of focusing on getting a lot of Aya, because I'm in need of some weapon parts that are being offered in the insurgents that have been kind of eluding me for a while now. So I need to get some Aya together so that I can get the relics, so that I can make them radiant, and so that I can try to get those rare parts. Now, objective is to try to get enough so that I can get enough relics for both myself and Blackheart, so that he can benefit from it as well. Um, which means that at this time, there's two parts that I need, mainly for the. Is it two parts or three parts? Ooh, I'll have to double check that. It might be three parts. Two parts for the Spirit Prime, and I think I didn't get the Axolotl Link, so I think that's three parts. So, if I'm not mistaken, well, I mean, the spirit the spirit parts are a rare and an uncommon, and I typically go about, you know, 4 Aya for the rare, 3 Aya for the uncommon. So for those relics, I would need a total of 7. And then the Exilo Link, I believe, is also uncommon, so that's another 3. So I'm already looking at a total of 10 potential Aya just for myself alone, to purchase relics. Um, and I would have to do probably another 10 set for Blackheart as well, just to kind of get another, set of 4 and 3 and so on and so forth on that. Just to kind of, you know, um, have the, I can't guarantee that I'll get the rare and like 4 potential breaks, but it's my hope right at this moment in time. I don't really have any other choice in this matter other than like, getting enough platinum and purchasing the part myself, but that's neither here nor there. I would have to go back and start selling again on the market, which I haven't really needed to do. But obviously, as you can see, I'm getting a little bit less in terms of the platinum, but that's okay. You know, um, we'll, you know, um, we'll work on that if we need to. Right now, we don't need to, so it's all good. Okay, so we got ourselves some mutagen mass from the one invasion yesterday, the single mutagen mass that I got. um, and then, let's see, any other additional mutagen masses? No. Oh, hey, there's one, and that's it. Okay. Um, but, Rose, are you there? Let me know if you're still active or not, or if you're still in my chat. Let me know.
What's on your mind, dreamers?
Okay, kill 200 enemies. That's easy enough. You're still there? Okay. So,
You know it.
um, what we need to figure out is if you still have, if, for one thing, um, let's see if you have the scanners already, then all you need to do is just come on over to your arsenal. Okay, so just walk on over to your arsenal, and within your arsenal here, you should be seeing this option right here. Okay, what looks like a little wheel with a lot of different like little like square, um, you know, portions of the wheel as it kind of circles around, right? So select on that, and you'll notice something called gear and emotes. Now, if you want to add like additional emotes into, you know, um, into your wheel, you can do so. There's, there might be quite a number of emotes that you might have collected over your time, or there will be additional emotes as you progress. So just kind of bear that in mind. But what you're really looking forward towards is your gear wheel. Okay. Now the gear wheel is things that you can put into your gear wheel that are not necessarily weapons, but extra equipment, such as specters, such as air chargers, such as bait, such as um, um, energy restores, such as health restores, so on and so forth. So I mean, there's going to be a lot potentially there for you, or maybe not a whole lot. So just kind of bear that in mind that um, there you might not see a lot on this particular list, to start off with. And that's fine. You're still new to the game. It's okay. Believe me, as you progress through the game, you'll be seeing a lot, coming across, and you'll be like, oh my God, how how much gear do I have, right? Um, so what you are looking for is the synthesis scanner here. You just click on the synthesis scanner, and then you just click on equip. Okay, when you click on equip, that scanner will show up in your wheel. Okay, so now you have a synthesis scanner in your wheel. Okay, so now that's what you need in order to do any kind of scanning. Okay, so do you have this, or uh, do you have this? Have you added the synthesis scanner to your wheel, to your equipment wheel? If you have, great. If you haven't, see if you can add it in there. Okay, but it requires that you have the synthesis scanners. So if you don't have the synthesis scanner, then you will not be able to do any kind of scanning whatsoever. So it has to be, specifically synthesis scanner, you know, in name. So if it is the synthesis scanner, then great. If it is not, then it's most likely not the one that you're looking for. Okay? You might not have picked up a synthesis scanner. Let me know if you've gotten the synthesis scanner or not. If you have the synthesis scanner, then great. If you do not, then we'll need to get you one. Okay? Let me know if you have it or not. Yeah, because I don't think there is a codec scanner, to my knowledge, that works in this particular case. Oh yeah, and you might have this one. Hmm. Okay, if I remember correctly, hold on. Let me double check. The codec scanner is what you need to actually do the active scanning. Okay. Okay, game. I guess you're not in there. Okay, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, um, even I don't have a codec scanner. Okay. It's been a while. Let me see. What's um hmm. Oh, okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Hold on.
Saddle up.
Hmm. I don't think you really need the codec scanner. I don't really remember that, and I don't think it's really necessary. Um, I mean, don't get me wrong, I guess you could probably use it, but I don't have it personally, and I don't remember ever needing it before. Okay, so just bear that in mind there, Rose. Um, I don't think you really need the codec scanner. If you have it, that's fine. Whatever. It gives you whatever you need to work with, you know. But it's not exactly what you need in this particular case. So um, Got a question. Do you have Mesa Prime Neuroptics Blueprint? I've done 21 runs for it. Oh, that's rough there, Wolf Raider. I don't think, I don't know if I actually have one of Mesa Prime Neuroptics on me or not. I haven't really done any like major work on um, trying to get the part, but no, I don't. I don't have a spare Mesa Prime Neuroptics. I mean, I have some relics for it, but that's about it. So, okay, so Rose, what you're gonna need to do, okay, is you're gonna need to go to Cephalon Samaris here. Okay, come on over here to the syndicates. You can click on miscellaneous, and you can hover over this and go to Cephalon Samaris. Okay, so just kind of click on that, and you visit Cephalon Samaris, and you will just kind of, go to one of the relays. Okay. Um, no worries there, Wolf Raider. Good luck on your hunt on that. I know that it can be really tough, especially for a rare part. So, I would recommend there, dude, if you, try to get yourself some more relics if you can, and try to get yourself into a ride group. Ride groups are typically a good way of trying to um, get the rare parts. You get your relic, extremely radiant. Get it up into the radiant aspect, and then you go into the chat. Um, you go into where is it? Um, yeah, most likely the recruiting chat. Yeah, see you have people hosting or looking for group about a particular relic, and you see rad there, right? You get your Meso relic for Neuroptics Radiant, and then you can just kind of come to this particular chat and see if anybody is trying to go for that particular relic, and see if it's Radiant. And if it's Radiant, then that is the same exact relic that you're trying to go for, then team up with them, and you might be able to get your rare part. Now, it might not always work out, but sometimes having four people that are trying to go for the same exact part, then they're all trying to radiant the same relic. You know, four people doing it is better than just yourself trying to do it. So just saying, you know, um, it's typically a good way of trying to um, get your rare part. So, are you still there, Rose? Hey there, Marius. How you doing? I'm doing okay. Are you doing okay? Alright, so when you are here at Cephalon Samaris, there, Rose, you just come right on over here to offerings. And you go into offerings, and he offers what's called the synthesis scanner. So, you just need to purchase yourself a couple of these. As you can see, it just, the synthesis scanners is just cost credits, and that's it. I forgot that it's just credits for right now and not reputation, but that's a good thing because credits is fairly easy to get for the most part. So purchase yourself like 5 to 10 of these, put them in your wheel, and then go back to that quest and try to complete the quest using the synthesis scanner. So, just hopping through streams. I saw you and came to say hello. Awesome there, Marius. Thanks for stopping on by. Appreciate it. What you been doing lately? What have you been kind of working on or playing or anything along those lines? So, let me know if you have any additional questions arose. Or if you're kind of confused, still kind of confused by what I'm kind of giving here. So, okay.
You seek rewards, hunter?
Okay, I think I'll go with the resource booster in this particular case. There we go. Okay, so, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of focus on, okay, there, Marius. No worries there, bud. You know, you're welcome back at any time. Feel free to, have some fun. But it's all good, man. You have a good time. Enjoy your day, okay, man? Have fun. Okay, so we're just gonna kind of go to the necrolist. Oh my gosh, there's somebody here. And we're gonna try to work on getting some more Aya. So that's grandmother. That's father.
Ah, it is you. You are here to
Okay,
assist.
let's see. Actually, do I really want these? Not really. I mean, I've already gotten a lot of these already. A lot of Kuva, a lot of Zaku Chassis, Qantas Blueprint, and so on and so forth. I don't really need any more of those, to be honest. And I already had I'm already maxed out on reputation for the Demos family anyway.
Yes. Goodbye.
You know what? I'm gonna switch planets here. I'm gonna actually go for maybe like Fortuna or something like that. Because I do need to kind of work more on Fortuna. Get some reputation, there a little bit more. Try to work on getting the vent kids happy. So,
Hey there, Sparky. Got a fresh batch. Just came in. You want first
okay. Don't want that one. We'll go with this.
pick? Anyone asks? We never talked. Corpus Feed and Research Division is expecting a shipment of baits and traps. Biz wants us to make sure they never get those supplies.
Okay. There you go. Okay, well, they just started up the fight over here. Oh, okay. Host migration in progress. That's not great. Oh my god, really? Someone's at MR1? Oh, that's not great. This guy's gonna be toast. Oh boy. Why are you here there, dude? You are in the wrong bounty mission.
Keep going. Take out the same amount again for this to be worth it.
Oh god, guys. What are you doing? I'll try to help you three out, but you are going to be dealing with very tough enemies at your MR level.
You're a mean little thing when you wanna be. I like it. I know where you need to go. Found a coil drive sighting animals and alerting intercept and find out who it
Don't
reports to.
kill yourself. Allow for me to res you.
That coil drive in one piece. Do you see it? It's headed right for the trap. Stand down! We need the coil drive to hit that trap. Perfect! Coil drive disabled. And the board just lit up. Corpus response
Okay.
is en route. Get me access to that data mass quick as you can.
Oh boy, I'm working overtime on this one. Come on, damn it. There we go.
Keep that coil drive in one piece for a little longer.
I don't really have a whole lot of energy left. This isn't great. Need to kind of try to keep it up to 70%, so it's helpful when I have some additional allies that are at my MRA level and stuff like that. These guys are, my allies right at this moment in time are a little too on the level to be tackling this level bounty. So that's why I'm like, this might be a little difficult for you guys. So, okay, there we goes.
Supervisor carries codes we can use to crack certain databases. Take him down. Steal those codes.
Okay. Okay, Rose, you were able to get what you needed done? That's good to know. You know what? I know these guys don't have the, they're, you know, I know that they don't have, their Arcwing launcher, so.
I just woke up to what you're doing. Now let's see who comes crawling out of the pipes. Keep going. They figured out what we're up to right on schedule. Nothing gets a taxman to pop his head up like threatening his income stream. Leg it, he won't linger. One less
There we go.
in my path for us.
Or some more IO.
See what a
Awesome.
quick look around his files tells us. The hunting parties are using drones to sight animals. Take one down and find out what it knows.
Okay. Eee. Do-do-do-do-do. Now, obviously, I'll wait before going, you know, directly into the zone here. I'll wait for all of them to kind of catch up. So. This guy's having some fun. Okay.
There's the drone. Swat it out of the sky so we can get to work. Alright, once we get this thing rewired, it'll auto-teleport to a destination of our choosing, where one of our people is waiting to pick it up. And they're gonna try to wreck it rather than let us take it. Hold them off while I get this done.
Well, well, well. Looks like some serious crud is going down out there. Here's to you, anonymous troublemaker.
Okay, there goes that. Okay.
This narrows our search significantly. Good work.
Okay.
Before the traps get destroyed. Hurry.
Yeah, let me know, Rose, if you have any like additional questions or anything along those lines, okay?
Gathering site for Corpus resources. Now's the time to hit it.
Oh boy, this one's gonna be a little rough.
Corpus Obelisk reporting first shipments being down. That's your cue, Sparky. We've got more coming in. Pick 'em up.
God damn it, come on, leave me alone.
Got it.
Come on, damn it.
That's one for us.
Ah, damn it.
Got one. Another shipment. Move fast.
Ah, fuck, man. Oh my god, this is...
Case retrieved.
Oh, Jesus.
Reports a second beam load. Don't let the taxman lay out.
And this is why you do not join in with... Here, I'm just gonna...
Another shipment. Move fast.
And this is why you do not join higher level with a such a low MR. Yep.
That's one for us. Forget it. They won this one. Get out of there, Sparky.
Good. Over there. Bounty is done. Failed. Would recommend until you start getting more prime weapons and warframes to stick with lower bounties. And that's kind of what happens when you kind of try to start a little too early there, folks. I mean, these folks, you know, they're trying. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're trying to, you know, some of these folks are trying to grow a little bit more in terms of their weapons and stuff like that. But we're talking in level 60 enemies here. These guys are probably, you know, these weapons are not strong enough to handle the amount that they're going to need to dish out in order to take these enemies out at this point, at this particular stage. They're going to have to get, you know, a lot better weapons, a lot better warframes in their arsenal to face the enemies that we were facing up against. So you know, um, you know, and obviously that's going to require a little bit more of a grind. I mean, that's what Warframe is all about, there, folks. It's going to be a grind in order to get, you know, better Warframes, better weapons, and so on and so forth. But MR1, MR3, and MR5, it I would not recommend doing that unless you have an entire team of like MR20s or, you know, or so with you, you know. So hmm. So you picked a lower bounty? If you picked a lower bounty, um, uh, send a ticket into Warframe DE and let them know which bounty you selected and let them know that you got thrown into a tier 5 bounty on Fortuna. Pick the mission on a ship that capped at level 18 enemies. Ooh. Yep. Sounds like a major bug. Not too surprising with the cross-platform being new. But yeah. Okay, well, they're gone. Well, that's unfortunate. If they're throwing individuals into the bounties and that was not their intention, then oh my God. That is a major bug. What the hell?
Biz and I go back a long way. Weren't for the business, there'd be no Solaris. Get moving. We're short. Corpus Feed and Research Division is expecting a shipment of baits and traps. Biz wants us to make sure they never get those supplies.
Okay. MR18, MR16. I don't want to go too quickly on this because I want to wait for a fourth member to come in, so.
Password. Hello. Buffer. Accessing final transmissions. Come on, final transmissions. I'm in. Taking a quick look around. Itinerary, patrol log, coordinates, reports, blah, blah, blah. Oh no. They were jumped by a Corpus patrol. I'm willing to bet they were taken here. If they're still alive, our team will be here. Here come the taxmen.
Hello, fellow streamer Tenno. Oh, and there he went. Oh well.
Here come the taxmen. Wait, an emergency transmission from one of Biz's survey teams was cut short. I have a feeling they found something they weren't meant.
Let's get our clone out. Do-do-do. There we go. Do-do-do. There we go. Wait, are they inside? Okay, not sure what's going on there. Yeah, that jail cell. Okay. You didn't need to die there, dude. There we go.
Reckon even business
And just some extra credits. No big deal.
know to good use. Listen up.
Yeah, a couple toroids, not too bad. I'll take those.
Change of plan. Corpus VIP just stepped out. If we get his codes, I can get some real info on what we're after. Give him the business. You got their attention. Keep it up. We've figured out what we're up to right on schedule. Nothing
Nope.
gets a taxman to pop
Okay.
his head up like threatening his income stream. He won't linger.
That was weird.
Deleted.
That was
Kicking the ribs
a little too
right
short.
temple.
Normally, they don't come out until after you've disrupted their income, so it's a bit odd that they appeared out of nowhere there.
Found a coil drive sighting animals and alerting hunting parties. Intercept
Okay.
it and find out who and where it reports to. Sit tight and get ready to move. Once the trap goes off, the taxmen are going to respond. There it is. Steady. Steady. It's down. Now crack the casing and plug me into the data nets.
Okay, gonna take out this guy. I know what the heck I'm doing. I'm supposed to find the glass. Well, they should give you like an indicator as to kind of where to go for the most part. So, so as long as you have that scanner, you should be okay for the most part. But obviously, you know, that's going to be, you know, that might be a little dependent. So,
I need you to find me more time, Sparky.
saw some additional enemies over here.
I'll pull the info we need.
Okay.
The hunting party is still in the area. Just need to find him.
Get all the energy.
The hunting parties are using drones to sight animals. Take one down and find out what it knows. Corpus drone right there. Take it down and I can start the hack. Alright, once Once we get this thing rewired, it'll auto-teleport to a destination of our choosing, where one of our people is waiting to pick it up. And they're gonna try to wreck it rather than let us take it. Hold them off while I get this done. If you want Sparky.
Okay, all done there.
This narrows our search significantly. Good work. Here's the
Is
ship.
everyone
Empty
streaming?
everything. I'll make sure the traps get destroyed. Hurry.
Alright.
Right. Resource cases are gonna be teleported to this site. Intercept them, steal them, get out. Shipments arrived. Grab them. Obelisk reports a second beam load. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it.
My God. Come on. Collect that, please. Already. Thank you. Fuck.
Case retrieved. We've got more coming in. Pick them up.
Okay. Nope, 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 nope.
That's one for us. Another shipment. Move fast. Got it.
Artillery support.
It's a second beam load. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. Another shipment. Move fast.
There we go.
Score one for the mammals of the valley. Biz sends his regards.
Okay. Okay, so apparently this is how you dab and Reaper007 are all apparently streamers right at this moment in time. So I don't know who those people are, but maybe check them out. I don't know. Although I have no idea where their channels are, so there's nothing I can do to kind of support them per se on that. But um, Okay, something funky happened. Let the door close. Go back in. Looks like bug frame is having a slight issue. I need to leave squad. See if it will reset for you. Okay. Didn't get any eye out of that one, so that's kind of unfortunate. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and leave squad. Okay, Rose. Are you able to get through the quest? Were you able to grab the glass scan or not? Are you still? Is it still kind of struggling for you? Or are they still kind of giving you a little bit of a hard time as to where to find it? I think I had a little bit of difficulty on where to go to try to find that glass. Um, it's a little hard. Yeah. Um, yeah, it really shouldn't be all that difficult, but um, like, okay, here, let me switch it over to friends only here. We're gonna go into the plains. So one would hope that, you know, when you get here to the plains, it will kind of give you like a spot, like, hey, um, I'm gonna kind of put a little mark here, so, you know, here's Cetus, right? And if I remember correctly, the location on where the glass was probably like right around that spot or so on the map, right? Just I'm just throwing something out arbitrarily. Again, I don't know. I don't remember. Okay? So, you know, it should like be kind of giving you like a little mark on the map for you to kind of go in that general direction, right? So, you know, you'll be able to, you know, obviously run, not fly, all the way out to that one particular location. Um, you know, it wasn't here for me, but um, let's see. Whereabouts was it again? There was a little encampment that that it was. Here it is. So so there's this little encampment right here that are you know, here, let me kind of mark it on the map. You know, this point here, and there's gonna be like these little like mounds of dirt here, and um, you know, that's most likely where you're gonna need to find the find the find the glass. Now here's the problem. If you're trying to do it like right now, this is a problem because you're trying to do this at night. It's very dangerous for you to be doing this kind of mission at night. So if you want to, you're welcome to kind of back on out of the quest and wait till daytime. Thankfully, daytime is only like, you know, a couple minutes away. So see, the unfortunate problem is that you're dealing with these Vombulas right at this moment in time, and they are, you know, they are very difficult for you. And unfortunately, for you at this particular moment in time, there's no way for you to defeat them. You can shoot them all you want, but there's no way for you to currently destroy these guys at the, you know, where you currently stand at this point. Okay, so unfortunately, there's not much you can really do about it. I hate to say. So you have to wait for daytime. Okay. You know, now eventually you will get to a point where you can defeat these Vombulas. Okay. So don't worry. You know, there will be you know, there'll be a way to defeat these Vombulas in all due course, but for right now, there's not much you can do about it, right? So the last, you know, the point where I found the glass is here, just between Sunside Ruin and Hex Stiletto. At least I think. But then again, the map has probably changed for me, being in more advanced content. So, so probably next to Seaside Ruin, at the very least. So, you know, this is pretty much where I found the glass last time. Now that might have changed. Okay, don't get me wrong. You know that it might be, you know, you might not find it here. It should give you a location on the map for you to go to. Okay, it should. Doesn't mean that it always does, but it should. You know, or at least it will give you, you know, a general location. Like it will say like, hey, explore this radius zone, or, you know, this circle zone on the map, and you're gonna have to kind of look around with your scanner, you know, just kind of, you know, you know, pull out your scanner and just kind of go, where do I need to look? I wonder, kind of thing, and just kind of look around, and, you know, you might find, you know, something that, you know, might pop up, you know, in the area, and that might, you know, you might be able to, you know, see like, oh, hey, you know, this is actually, you know, something that is useful or something like that, or, you know, might highlight it, you know, not quite, you know, the ramparts there, for example, but it might, you know, still kind of highlight it for you so that, you know, you might go in that general direction. So, um, but, you know, again, I can't guarantee the, um, I can't guarantee the exact location or if it's still kind of working that same exact way. So, is this guy gonna try to attack me? No, looks like he's just kind of patrolling. It's all good. So, so, you know, um, hopefully that helps you out on getting to where you need to kind of go right at this moment in time, or, you know, finding what you need. So,
Sometimes we fail, despite our best efforts. Sometimes we fail, despite our best efforts.
what are you doing over there, Mr. Thumper? Yep, here it comes. Alright. You wanna tangle with me? That's fine. Let's dance. Come on, Timber. Come here. Okay, you're gone. Oh. Oh, you kidding me, right? I don't have any more left? Uh... Ow. You bastard. Hmm. Currently out of ammo at the moment. That's not exactly ideal. Come on. Follow me. Oh, okay. Hmm. I need an ammo supply. Yes, my primary weapon isn't exactly great. There we go.
That is unfortunate. But we should try again.
Okay. Let me know if you still need some help there, Rose, on the scanning. Again, I don't know if okay, you know what? Come here, you son of a bitch. Come here. There we go. You don't know where the glass is. Kind of wish that I could see like a live stream of what you're looking at right at this moment in time. Okay, so um, otherwise I can't really, I can't really be, completely accurate with it. So first thing is, it should have given you a position on where, on like the whereabouts of the glass, right? It did give you that, right? Or is it not even giving you like a waypoint on the map? If it's not giving you a waypoint that's on the map, then that's a bit rough. It's not giving you anything. I would imagine. Now again, I don't know if anything is like changed or anything along those lines, but I would imagine that the oh, that flare is just set. Okay. It should be giving you something in terms of the map placement. So You know what? It's been a minute since I've done the quest. So here's what I'll do. I'll replay the quest with you, and we'll see what happens. Okay? Now, hopefully, you know, when I redo the quest, you know, you maybe it will kind of help you like step through it yourself, but I don't know. We'll see. So let me go, but I'll leave Cetus, and I will restart the quest myself, and we'll see what happens. Okay? And yes, you can restart quests if you wanted to. So, you know, there's a way to replay the quest. I wouldn't really recommend it because once you're in the quest, you can't get out of it. You know, there's no way to stop the quest once you replay it. So, but so first thing it says is size vigil find Onko. So first thing that it tells you is like, hey, you have to go and find Onko. Okay, so we're gonna go there. Now, obviously, you know, I'll see. You know, I'm probably gonna do this fairly quickly. You know,
Right, Tenno. Be careful out here. Grenade
but
numbers increase the further you venture from Cetus. Patching the Ostrons to your signal now.
My uncle is alive. I know it.
No one cared more for Cetus, for our people, than he did. He worked with the Quills, the Unum's closest servants, to decipher the secrets of the sentient and the glass warrior who sacrificed herself to destroy it. If you search the camp, I know we'll find some sign of Onko.
okay. So I'm gonna fly on over here. You know, obviously you'll have to, you know, do the
Ayo! This is it! This is where the Grenier found some of Onko's work. Has he been hiding here?
My! Tail maggots and the greasy eels of Cetus working together. My tusk soldiers will gore you all the same.
Heck, I should have known you'd be behind the Grenier incursions here. Who else would lead outmatched troops to an Eidolon if it might further their career?
And I'd feed it a million more for a chance to wrap my metal claws around your sweet, putrid neck.
Scanning the area. I'm getting strange readings from the cave at my waypoint. Smash that drill and go inside.
okay. So
I remember that cave. Onko and I used to shelter there. Rock slide sealed it off years ago. I hope he's not.
okay. So we just have to destroy this drill. Done.
Onko? Onko! He should be here!
You know, now we go inside here, and we find the container.
By the Unum, is that coffer his? It bears Onko's mark. It must be imported. If it's here and he is not, oh, please, Onko, no.
Zaya.
Kanung. I won't say a thing to him, Tenno. I'm guessing he didn't tell you he was with my uncle the day he disappeared.
This coffer is strange. I don't understand the locking mechanism. Tenno, return to your orbiter so we can get it open.
Okay. So now heading off to extraction. There we go. Thankfully it doesn't, and you know, you don't need to go all the way back to Cetus in order to, you know, complete this portion of the map, so, or complete this portion of the mission, so. Okay, so now we are on board the, our orbiter again. You know.
Let's activate your codex system to examine this Ostron container.
Okay, there we go. Oh, pardon me, I need to sneeze.
Seems damaged. We'll have to force it open.
No, wait. Oh, Uncle was a genius, Utz. He's protected whatever is inside with
Alright,
the
sorry about that.
lock. The key, molded from glass, has been broken. Forcing it would only destroy everything inside. We need to rebuild the glass. If he was dying, he would have wanted this found. But he locked it. Uncle is alive.
A new strategy then, Tenno. Sending codex scanners to your inbox. These will be essential in locating the Shatterlock pieces out there on the plains.
Okay. So to equip your codex scanner, go to the arsenal, use the gear interface, and add the scanners to your wheel. Okay. So, you know, so you should, you should have had your inbox that, you know, you got the codex scanners. You know, which you then go here to your arsenal. You go to your wheel, and then you add.
To equip your codex scanner, go to the arsenal and use the gear interface to add the scanners to your gear wheel.
So you just add the gear item, and then, you know, you just add the codex scanner, which, I mean, I don't really have any codex scanners anymore, but I'll just go ahead and purchase, you know, one of them just for the hell of it, just to give you a little peace of mind there. So there's the codex scanner there, so we're all done. And there we go. Okay, so now we need to locate the Shatterlock pieces. Okay. So now we're going back down to the plains. This is, I'm assuming, where you're currently at, the Rose.
Chronometa, let me help. I was there. I might be able to.
Oh, you are there all right, Konzu. You both went out on the plains that day. But only you returned. You expect me to believe this had nothing to do with what happened in our early summers? When I rejected your iron flower, your proposal?
Iron flower? I can't hear this. You know I had nothing to do with his. I miss him too, sire.
Alright. So, you know, are you at this particular point in time there, Rose? Are you seeing the size visual locate the Shatterlock pieces? I'm all done with glass, now fighting the people. Okay. So yeah, here's your, have to go all the way out here, which looks like it's in pretty much the same exact spot.
Codex scanner and search the area for the glass shards we need.
And you just kind of run on over here. As you can see, select click scanner, hold Q, aim scanner, and then hold the left click to scan, or whatever they tell you for your for your particular scanner and the like. So
Excellent, Tenno. There should be more in this area.
so there's one. Need to find three more, two more. So um. But it's only in this particular area. Like they won't, they won't, send it like outside of this area on you. So, okay. Can you go away? I'm trying to do something here. There's another glass shard.
You found another shard. Keep looking.
It's been a while since I looked around here, or looked for the glass shards. Some of it, and some of it has already like been found and stuff like that. So, and some of it still hasn't really been dug up yet. So that's why it's like, Go away. Let's see. Yeah. I think one of them was like over here in the rocks, if I remember correctly, but I can't 100% be sure about it. It'd be nice if my clone could actually, my clone could actually help out there a little bit. Let's see. Ah, there it is. There's the third.
There's no more shards here.
Defeat Grenadier reinforcements.
More glass. It is the key to a power I've never seen. The power to kill a sentient
Alright.
will blend nicely with the excrement on my crops.
I can't extract you until you've dealt with those reinforcements.
Already dealt.
We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Alright. And there we go. Hopefully you've been able to get to this part at least. Use the codex to examine the glass shards. There. Informs them all together. Alright.
What was Vahak talking about back there? What power is he after?
Anko. He found the remains of the Unum's champion, a woman of glass. He studied her, obsessed about her ancient secrets. The Quills of Cetus swore us to secrecy. The secret held until the Granier captured one. Can't imagine what they did to get one of them to talk. But Vahek's been after that relic ever since.
Ayo, this way heck. Could he have taken Uncle prisoner too? Do you think he'd make a trade? This coffer for my uncle? No. That would go against everything Uncle believed in. The sanctity of our people's home, of Cetus. Tenno, you'll need to find the remaining shards.
I've tracked some off-world shipments to a galleon in orbit. Heck may be guarding any key shards he's found up there.
Okay. Now, with this in, it says sometimes we fail. I mean, you shouldn't if you're fighting, if you're fighting the people after you've acquired the glass, then it shouldn't fail you outright. But bear in mind that you're most likely gonna need to stay within that zone. Okay. Just be aware. There's typically like a little small area that you have like a zone to fight in there, Rose. So most likely, if you're kind of running outside of it, then that might be probably why it's failing you a bit. Okay, so try to take out those reinforcements before you run too far outside of that specific area. Okay. So if that's what's happening, then that's probably what you're going to need to kind of take on is fight the reinforcements in that area, try to take them out, and then that should give you what you need in order to get the heck out of there. It'll tell you like okay, everybody's defeated. You can extract. So okay. So try to stay within that that field. I know that it might be a little rough, especially when you're when you might be kind of dealing with enemies that that might seem a little tough. They might be really like hitting you pretty hard, but you know, don't forget to use your abilities to your max. You know, use your best equipment if you have any, or for you know, um, or you know, use the equipment that you just have. Um, and you know, you should be able to handle it okay. Um, you know, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. But then again, I mean, you know, there's still gonna be, you know, you're still gonna be having to fight, um, you know, some relatively tough enemies anyway, but still, um, let me know if you've been able to make it up to your orbiter, or if you're still having some trouble with the fight with those people down on the plains.
Always a pleasure. That's all from me.
Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna proceed on the rose in the quest. It should be fairly straightforward from here on out. Um,
The sector is
oh
under
yeah, yeah, no worries on that.
resistance. Crushed. Troops. Begin optimizing the local workforce.
You know, I know that you're new, so it's okay. You know,
Something's wrong.
I will do what I can to help you out, okay?
I can't detect any shards.
What does that mean? This galleon is huge. Think.
Anko would have known what to do.
Each fragment responds to a unique harmonic. We discovered that during my initial work on Cetus's transceiver system. It's too bad we can't walk a wideband harmonic through the ship.
Who says we can't? I'll perform a broad frequency sweep.
Sire, that worked. Anko wasn't the only one with a sharp mind. We are elevated by your work and his. Your marriage was a boon to Cetus.
It wasn't always easy. Cetus came first. Always. Things were missed. Special days. Anniversaries. But it was a duty and a privilege.
All right.
Tenno! Was it my birth interval? Sort of gift. But I have a surprise for you. You greasy metal maggot!
The glass should be in the same exact spot. You found it before, so... Um... So, if you remember where to find it before, then you should be okay to find it again, so... Hopefully. Otherwise, I can go back down and kind of give you... I don't think they changed positions on it, so it should be in the same spots as before. So you shouldn't have too much difficulty on finding it again if you've already found it the first time. Or you can kind of, you know, look at, you know, what I did, and you can probably find it that way as well, you know, because I doubt that they change it based off of, I don't think they changed the location based off of player, so I believe it is in the same locations no matter what, so... You know, if you go to the locations that I was at, then you should be able to find it. Okay? Okay. Let me know if you need me to kind of go back down there and kind of show you where the 3 spots that I had to look were, and I'll try to show you again where you can kind of go to where you can go to try to find it. You know, just let me know if you want me to help you out with that or not. Okay? Can I go back and show you? Sounds good. Unfortunately, I'm also kind of in the middle of the quest, so it's gonna give me a little bit of difficulty getting back to that particular location. So be a little patient. I'll give me a minute to you know, I'll go ahead and finish this off, and I'll see if it will release me from the quest, and I'll go back down to the plains and kind of give you an idea.
Surprise! A gleaming maggot swarmed into my ship. Well, let's see you slip out of this one. What? You pathetic meat piles! Can't you stop one puny maggot from squirming away? Ah!
up there. I said that I needed to go all the way up here. Let's see.
Tenno, we've recovered all of the shards Vahek discovered. Get to extraction.
Okay. Pardon me. Let me. Let me see if I can quickly get through the level here for you there, Rose. Or let me see if I can quickly go back through the quest again, and then I'll be able to go back down to the plains. So. You know, I could basically tell you if you want me to. The
There's only one piece left. Hex digging in the Central Plains. I recall Onko finding a few interesting artifacts in the region of...
That crater lake where we used to fish. That place where Uncle's catch got eaten on the line by a...
Oh, that massive hookta. And we had to haul him out. We spent a whole day drying his notebooks. That was a good day. I think I know where we should look. Doha, Doha. While it is dark, the Grenier won't be there.
okay. Okay, it's allowing me to go back into the plains. So I will show you, you know,
I'll never know what happened to him.
okay.
I don't even want to open that box now.
So 1 second, let me get to where it is first off.
Evacuation flights have been rescinded.
Okay.
You'll stay out here all night.
Okay, so here's the
Find that piece before an Eidolon finds you.
Runameta. The Eidolons are all that remains of the great sentient destroyed here.
okay. So the first
Once, a mindless beast trying to rebuild itself.
so the first
See one.
I shut up, Kanzo. The first glass should be like right here on top of this mound. Okay? So, you know, it should kind of give you like a little indicator like, hey, you know, you need to look here to scan. What is going on here? So there should be like a, you know, spot here for you to scan for. Okay, right on this particular mound. Okay, or it's maybe not that mound, but maybe this mound. I don't know. It's one of these mounds. So you just go to one of these mounds. It should bring up a little indicator saying, "Hey, you have to scan." You know. So just go to these locations and, you know, it should, you know, or go to this location, it should, you should be able to scan the first one, okay? Now, it should give you a radius for you to look in, okay? So stay within that radius. Don't go outside of it. Just kind of stay inside of it because it will only be within that radius and nothing else, okay? The next fragment, the next glass fragment, will be down here, and it will be on top of these boxes right here. So you see this, you see this kind of vehicle right there. The second glass will be basically on top of these boxes. Okay, so just kind of go to, this particular location here, and you should be able to find the second glass here on these boxes. Okay, that's where you should be looking. Okay, the last glass, okay, will be here inside this storage locker. So you have to open up the storage locker. It should open up automatically. Sometimes it may give you like a little security unlock scene that you will need to do. Either way, just come on over here, unlock it, and the final glass piece will be right here, up on this table. Okay? So it's really close to the second one. Just come right on over here, and you'll be able to scan the third one almost immediately afterwards. Okay? So just kind of finish off, the second and the third, back to back. And then it will basically trigger the, defeating the reinforcements, which, you'll have to, again, stay in the area. It'll kind of give you a little bit of an area, like a red field for you to fight in. You have to stay in that field, and you have to fight. You have to get rid of all the enemies that are going to be coming at you. So it might be a little bit of a tough fight for you, but, you have to stay there, and you have to kill them all. Okay?
Tenno, take cover. Your Warframe is no match for that thing.
It's so beautiful. Kill it.
The beast is drawn to the Grenier. Can you get to the excavation site? It has to be in there.
Search the cave. Move the rock. And then we have our final glass shard. The
You
scan.
have it. Uncle's final piece to the Shatterlock.
There's another way out of that cave, away from the terrorist.
Tenno, I'm having Ordis pull you out. Get to the extraction point.
You think it would be that easy?
Yes.
My tusks. New orders. Ignore the monster. Stop that Tenno maggot.
Don't worry about like fighting enemies or anything along those lines. Just, I mean, if you want to fight them, you're welcome to, but it's probably better for you just to, quickly, exit. So, I hope you were able to get the glass shards, and hopefully you're like in middle of combat with those enemies. So
Kozo. You should know. You were the best friend he ever had. I'm ready. Open the box.
Sire, you kept my flower.
Oh, Uncle. You always told me I should try following my heart instead of my head. Shola, I guess it's time I did.
and that's it. Quest complete once more. Seeing a little bit of a graphical glitch there for a second there. Let me see if it. Okay, there it goes. So hopefully that helped you out there, Rose. I know that you're probably in mid combat and stuff like that, and it's all good. You know, you let me know if you need any additional hints or help, you know, and I will do what I can.
Audience wonders, what are you thinking about?
Okay, let's see. Let's get the Fulman Prime here. Still need to rank that up to 30. Okay. We have Serration there. Ah, electricity, huh? Okay. Well, we might as well bring some electricity bonus there, and then we will do some high voltage there. And boost up the status and the total electricity. And that is about it that we can do concerning the Fulman Prime. Will the storm, Fulman Prime's electrical rounds switch between lightning beams and short-range bursts. Wisp quickly swaps between each mode with her elemental prowess. Uh-huh. Okay. Alright. Now we'll go ahead and head on back down to get try to get some Aya. Oh wait, hold on. Let's switch this back up to public here again. We'll go back down to Fortuna. And Rose, let me know if you need any like additional help or anything along those lines. You know, hopefully I helped you out in some fashion or another, so you're able to kind of proceed along with the story.
Don't let Zood's attitude skew ya. She's an odd bird, but she'll kit you with a shooter that'll do you proud. Outstanding. Now get out there and void some mucking warranties. I've just learned of a hab block with a high number of Solaris up for repo and brain shock. We're gonna erase their debt ledgers and give them a second chance.
Okay. Looks like we got a full group right at this moment in time. That's good. That's awesome. Oh boy. Someone's already,
Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Disabled. And the more just Corpus response is
Okay.
I think I pulled something useful from its data mass. Here
I
we go.
found two. Okay, the third one's close by to the second, so
Taxman supply drop incoming. Count 3. Find him, steal him, searching for clues. Waypoint marked. SU needs those supplies more than the corpus. Lock them down before the taxmen make off with them. Right, first cache. 2 to go. Good work. Conduct a quick sweep for the remaining cache. You did that so fast they never even
okay.
got to the supervisor. 10 out of 10, and I think
Don't really need to even go over there.
search and destroy. Corpus, mowers, drones, doesn't matter. The objective here is chaos. Just do it fast. This one's all about easy wins. Once they wake up, they'll shift to a defensive posture. So smash often, smash fast. I'd say you're about half done. Anything less, and this op won't be effective.
There we go.
You're a mean little thing when you want to be. I like it. I know where you need to go. Spy drone nearby. I want to check its patrol manifest. See if it mentions the debt processing center. One drone as ordered. Knock it down, Sparky. We gotta hack that thing. Alright, once we get this thing rewired, to a destination of our choosing, where one of our people is waiting to pick it up. Here come the taxmen. Keep them off the drone till I'm finished.
Oh, what?
Cool.
Okay.
Back. Follow up if you're feeling it. Ding ding ding.
There we go.
Have a winner. But I need to cross-reference something. Here we go. Found it. The final account processing for all no-hopers facing full-body repossession. Find every last file, and I'll make sure their debts are wiped clean. You're near a secure area. Watch out for patrols and security measures. The enemy will destroy the data if they detect you.
Now the only problem with going in here for the retrieving the data is the fact that my clone will go up to someone and um,
And that,
you
ladies
know,
and
trigger the
gentlemen,
alarm.
is how
So
we do it. Good people saved from brain shells, and some very relieved families in
okay,
Fukushima.
but I mean they were able to take care of it. So there we go. Held the door open for them, so it you know makes it a little bit easier. Wait, tech collateral is new? What? That's weird. Thought I already had that. Okay. Were you able to find the third there, Rose?
Outworlder, we gonna do this? Show 'em how it's done, Sparky. We ain't got all cycle. I've just learned of a hab block with a high number of Solaris up for repo and brain shelving. We're gonna erase their debt ledgers and give them a second chance.
Okay.
Starting a remote hack. Once I'm done, it should teleport into the waiting arms of one of our people, far from here. They'll wreck that drone rather than let it go, obviously. So, you know, stop that. Bad guys are on the run. Feel free to pick off stragglers. Ding ding ding, we have a winner. But
Still in the area?
I need to cross-reference something. Here we go. I've got a coil drive rolling a dodgy looking route. I reckon it might know something. Let's get this thing talking. Hold position. Once the coil drive hits the trap, protect it. I have it on sensors. Once it hits the trap, get down there. Boom! It's down. Now get me access to its data mass.
if you're searching for the if you're searching for the 3 glass, then it's not in a cave. You're only searching in that one field of area, and that's it. You're not going anywhere else. So don't go anywhere beyond that.
Going as fast as I can, but this data mass is in seriously tangled architecture. Gonna need you to buy me more time, Sparky. I think I've pulled something useful from its data mass. Here we go. The recon party was to contact our agent. They never came back. Find out what happened. I knew some of these people. Search the bodies. Find any survivors. Damaged. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before the device fails. Accessing buffer. Analyzing. Oh, buffer. Final
Okay,
transmissions.
grab that.
Final transmissions. I'm in. Taking a quick look around. Itinerary, patrol log, coordinates, reports, blah blah blah. It's what I was afraid of. The corpus found them. If they're still alive, the taxman would have taken any survivors here. If they're still alive, our team will be here. Here come the taxmen.
Do-do-do-do.
Never knew what hit 'em. Some very
Okay.
families unfortunate tonight, Sparky. The team had solid info, and I know just what to do with it. This couldn't be simpler. If it's Corpus, kill it. And do it quick. We got places to be. You've got a narrow window to get this done before Neff's crew realizes what you're doing. Move fast. The same amount again.
Okay. All done there.
Before the end, their emergency comms got real interesting. I want you to check something out. Found it. The final account processing for all no-hopers facing full-body repossession. Find every last file, and I'll make sure their debts are wiped clean. Security's gonna get thicker. If they smell you, they're gonna purge those databanks. So be quiet.
Nothing there.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do it. Good people saved from brain shelving. And some
Okay.
very relieved families in Fortuna. Well done, Sparky.
Whee! Do-do-do-do. Oh, face plant. Ah. No eye on that one, which is unfortunate. They have been a little stingy at this moment in time. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's see. Equipment, arsenal. We're gonna change out our melee weapon here. Let's see. Okay, there's the new one that I purchased recently. Just take care of that. Stance, that works. Slicing feathers, there we go. Okay, let's see what we got here. Prime pressure point, yep. Prime breach, yep. Damage is pretty much standard, so let's go ahead and add some additional, let's add in some additional fire into that. Let's add some volcanic edge in that, and let's see, can't really put healing return there, but we can do shattering impact. So there we go. How you doing there, Rose? Are you doing okay? Did you need a hand with anything? Are you still having some difficulty with that quest? I can go back to the plains if you need me to go back to the plains to kind of show you where they're at, but you know, you can't leave that area, so I hope that you found those three.
Get back to work, you muckers! Hey, you. Come here. Act natural. I got work.
Great gamers. Interesting name there. Interesting name for a clown. Trying to find it in the area. You're still not able to find the third? Here, let me go back there and I'll show you. I'll try to show you again. Oh, shit. I didn't want to join in on any kind of bounty mission. God damn it. Nope. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Keep this to friends only, please. Thank you. Okay. And you're still looking for the 3 glass, right? The part where it's saying 3 glass? Nothing else? I just want to make sure. Okay. Okay. So let me take care of the enemies that are nearby me real quick. Okay. So the first one should be right about here. Did you already find this one? It should be in these like mounds of dirt or something like that. There's like three or 4 mounds of dirt, and I believe it's like right here. Did you already find this one? Yep, okay. The second one is over here. You know, from the dirt that's over here, look basically, well, northeast-ish, and you'll see like a container, you'll see a container vehicle, you know, more to the northeast or to the north. So here's that little container vehicle, right? So the second glass is right on these little canisters that are right next to the vehicle. Did you find the glass that's right next to the vehicle? That should be the second one. If you found the one that's next to it, then that should be good. If you didn't find it, then obviously it'll be right there. Okay. And the third one is actually inside the vehicle itself. So you just come over here to this console, you know, which is right on the end of the vehicle. It says open storage locker. Hit X. It'll open up the storage locker. And the third one should be right on the inside, right on the shelf. It should be right there for you. As soon as you scan that one, it'll send in reinforcements, so you'll be thrown into some combat right away, okay? So you'll need to go in and get into a fight, but stay in that area to finish off the fight. Okay. Then you should be all done. You should be fighting enemies now. Unless you're on to like the 4th or 5th glass. There's 5 glass total. If you found the first 3, then you don't need to worry about coming back here. It would have had you go right back up to your well, those are the 3 there, Rose. Those are the first 3. Are you talking about the 4th or the 5th? Those are, you know, the ones in the next set of missions going forward. You know, if you say that you found this one, and this one, then you're good. You're done with with those first 3. You should be moving on to the next part of the quest. Okay? So if you're moving on to the next part of the quest, then you're looking for, you know, the 4th. You're gonna be looking for the 4th and the you're gonna be looking for the 4th or the 5th glass. I'm gonna need you to tell me which one you're working on, because if you found those 3, then you're done. You don't need to worry about those anymore. It should have told you had to fight some enemies to, you know, before evacuating. So you should be already done with that. If you're already done with that, then it should be pointing to you to a different location. Which no, you're not only fine. Rose, stop. Okay, Rose. I'm kind of getting tired of this. I've shown you the 3 locations. You saying that you found all 3 of those different locations. I'm done. If you're gonna troll me like that, I'm done with this. You know. You're saying that you found 2, but I'm showing you 3 different locations. You're saying that you found 3 different locations. I'm done. You know, if you're, you know, you're giving me mixed messages here, and I'm done with it. I'm not gonna let you control this stream any more than that. So you'll have to, if you're still on that quest, then that's it. You're done, or you know, you're on your own. Because I just showed you where the 3 are. So you know, if you want to, you're gonna have to go to my past video, Size Vigil, and look through look through the 4th video. It shows you right there as well. But I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to move on from this, because I've already spent a lot of time trying to point you in the right direction in this. I've pointed you to the 3 locations. You're saying that you found them, but then you continue saying that you only found 2. I don't know what's going on there. So, um, the most what's kind of triggering in my mind is you're trying to troll me, and I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate anybody trying to troll me. Now, I'm not, I don't know, you know, but right now, you're gonna have to find those three, and you're gonna have to complete the quest because I'm done. I've shown you the three locations, you know, so you're gonna have to go back to those locations, find them, and complete the quest because that's it. And you know, I've shown it to you about 3 times now, and three strikes you're out right at this moment in time, the Rose. Sorry to say, but you know, I have other things that I'd like to do myself, so you should be able to find those three glass right then and there. I've pointed out the exact locations of all three, so you should be able to find them without any problem from here on out. If you're still having a problem finding those last three, then I would recommend that you quit out, maybe quit the quest. Maybe there's a bug going on your end. Okay, maybe it's not showing up for some reason. Just kind of quit out of it. Try to restart it. Okay, that's the only thing that's the only thing that I can think of. Or send the bug report to Warframe. Take some screenshots, take some, pull out your phone or something like that, take some pictures of it, you know, and let them know that these are the locations where the, glass pieces are. I scanned them in. It's still not letting me progress. Send it into DE and let them know that you're having some issues with the game. Because I don't know what else I can tell you on this. So,
Ready to kick bottom.
you know. Okay. I'll go ahead and continue with some these regular bounties. We're getting a lot of the rares, but not a whole lot of the uncommon Ayas. That's kind of unfortunate. I don't really want the rares. I want the Ayas.
We're gonna erase their debt ledgers and give them a second chance.
Oh wait, do I still have it on friends only?
Debt ledgers are stored on encrypted databases.
I think I still have it on friends only. Damn it.
Hold that thought. One of our recon teams went silent. Find out what happened.
Yep, I still have it on friends only. There we go. Now it's on public. Now everybody can join in on this.
Hey there, Sparky. Good to see you.
There we go.
Green. And remember, you never heard of me, you never heard of Solaris U. I've just learned of a hab block with a high number of Solaris up for repo and brain shelving. We're gonna
Let me know if you've passed that quest there, Rose. I mean, I'm still, I still want to try to support you, but at the same time, it's like I feel like you're also kind of trolling me at the same time. So, I don't wanna think that you are doing that. It's just.
Accessing buffer. Analyzing. Password. Hello. Buffer. accessing final transmissions. Come on, final transmissions. I'm in. Taking a quick look around. Itinerary, patrol log, coordinates, reports, blah blah blah. Then capture. Pinpoint the location. Anyone gets in your way, give them a business. If they're still alive, our team will be here. Here come the taxmen.
You're trolling me? I don't like that at all there, Rose. You're kind of wasting my time on that. And I don't really like my time wasted. Especially when I'm actively trying to help you out. So don't do that. You know what happens when you troll me? That means that whenever you cry wolf again, I'm not gonna be there to help you out. Because I'm gonna basically look at it and go, yeah, you're trolling me again. And I don't like that feeling. So I mean, if you don't want any help at all in the future, then keep on trolling me.
The team had solid intel.
That ruins trust. And, well, you know,
Spy drone nearby. I want to check its patrol.
if I'm trying to actively help you out, then that shows a certain amount of trust from me to you. You trolling me is doing the exact opposite of that trust. So,
Alright, once we get this thing rewired, it'll
so don't do that.
of our choosing, where one of our people is
You
waiting
know.
to pick it up. They'll wreck that drone rather than let it go, obviously. So, stop that.
Especially when I have other things that I want to do as well, so. Okay. Right now that trolling makes me think that you're not ready for the clan either. So I could basically say, yep, nope, I'm kicking you out of the clan, so be careful. Because that's not a way to, that's not a way of treating people that, are there to kind of help you out, so, okay?
Ding ding ding, we have a winner. But I need to cross-reference something. Here we go.
Now, obviously, you're welcome to go and find another clan, that's your prerogative, but,
Supply drop incoming. Count 3.
if you want my help in the future, yeah, don't troll anymore.
Look around. The goods are here somewhere. If the taxmen secure them first, the mission's a wash. Right, first cache. 2 to go.
Kinda wish I knew where they dropped. I think that one's already been found, obviously. Oh.
The second cache. One more to go.
There we go.
You did that so fast, they
Okay,
never even
there's
gave
some
me
endo.
a
Awesome.
supervisor. 10 out of 10, and I think I just worked something out. Humor me. We want the corpus presence here thin, so we can do what we gotta do without interruption. And do it fast, we're on a clock here. This one's all about easy wins. Once they wake up, they'll shift to a defensive posture. So smash often, smash fast.
Oh, what the?
I'd say you're about half done. Anything less, and this op won't be effective.
Do-do-do-do. Okay, almost done. There we go. Nice. There's Samaya.
You hit him so fast, they're blaming each other. And one of them let a juicy little tidbit slip. Found it. The final account processing for all no-hopers facing full body repossession. Find every last file, and I'll make sure their debts are wiped clean. You're nearing the secure area. Watch out for patrols and security measures. The enemy will destroy the data if they detect you.
Kinda already in a mech, so I'm just gonna.
And that, ladies and gentlemen,
Nice. Oh, even more. Nice.
and some very relieved families in Warframe. Well done, sir.
Alright. Okay. Time to head back home.
That'll get me past the first layer of security. Plug the data mass into the terminal, then make sure I'm not bothered. And here
Don't
comes
care about the
action.
comms.
So when I colonize the base system.
Am I the only one that's coming? Yeah, it looks that way. Okay, then I will go ahead and leave the squad. Because I don't want to wait for them. Okay. There we go. 3i. Awesome, awesome. That's what I was looking for. Now, let's see. How many do I have now? 8. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I was saying that I was going to be needing about 10. So, a little bit of delays, but that's okay.
When the corpus. Get moving. We're short.
We'll keep on trying to work towards it.
I've just learned of a hab block with a high number of Solaris up for repo and brain shelving. We're gonna erase their debt ledgers and give them a second
I'm gonna
chance.
take a break. Sounds good, the Rose. You have yourself a good night.
Here come the taxmen.
Okay, got the 3 data keys. Awesome. Okay, we lost one of our. Lost someone there. I'm thankful that someone came in real quick. Okay.
Reckon even Biz would be impressed. Let's put what the survivors know to good use. Listen up. I've got a coil drive rolling a dodgy looking round. I reckon it might know something. Let's get this thing talking.
Okay, let's get some energy.
Down there. Remember, if
And then I'll follow these guys over to the,
one piece.
grab that.
Once it hits the trap,
I want to make sure that I get, enough energy. There's some more right there. And there we go. Okay.
it's down. Now crack the casing and plug me into the data map.
Come on. Do-do-do-do-do.
Getting there, getting there. Just keep that core drive in one piece for a little longer.
The fact that I was kind of following behind someone is interesting. Okay, there we are. Ah, damn. No, no Aya. Oh well.
SU needs weapons, ammo, and parts. Fortunately, Neff just airdropped a bunch of that across the Vallis. Nick the lock. Waypoint marked. Our next lead is in those crates, I'm sure of it.
Okay.
Neff annual supply caches are somewhere around here. Get him before the corpus do. Yes, cache number 1. The second cache. That leaves just one more and I can signal for pickup.
There we go.
Haha, done and out like a popper up a drain pipe. Someone's getting fired over this. But here's the interesting bit. The shipping code on that last crate matches something from my records. I want to follow a hunch. Spy drone nearby. I want to check its patrol manifest. See if it mentions the debt processing center. One drone as ordered. Knock it down, Sparky.
Okay.
We got a hat.
They're already there.
Alright, once we get this thing rewired, it'll auto-teleport to a destination of our choosing, where one of our people is waiting to pick it up. Here come the taxmen. Keep them off the drone till I'm finished with them.
Alright. Doesn't need to. We're all done here. Grab all the energy. Okay, we're all maxed out, so that's good.
Here we go. Found it. The final account processing for all no-hopers facing full-body repossession. Find every last file, and I'll make sure their debts are wiped clean. You're close to the facility. Security's gonna get thicker. If they smell you, they're gonna purge those databanks. So be quiet. And that,
Oh,
ladies and
okay.
gentlemen,
Game King is
will
done.
do it. Good people saved from brain shelving, and some very relieved families unfortunately.
Okay.
Well done, Sparky.
Alright. Let's get out of here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay. I'm hoping that it still allows for me to get the bounty done. That's not a good sign. Please tell me that it didn't just screw me over. It's oh my. They just screwed me over. Because I know that I did not get 3 Aya out of that. I think we only got 1 Aya out of that entire bunch. Let's confirm here. Inventory. Okay. At least they didn't screw me over in inventory, at least. The oh boy, this day. So the mission complete didn't trigger because everybody kept on leaving the crew when you should be just boarding into the elevator and letting it complete with its proper process of actually exiting. But because everybody just kept on saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and quit right here," it threw us into chaos, and the mission results didn't pop up. Thankfully, the resources received are still there, so that's good. Oh, bug frame. Okay. I still want to do a little bit more bounties before I end the night. Let's see, how long have I been streaming for here? A little over 3 hours. Okay. That should be fine.
About me. Outstanding.
Alright.
Get out there and void some mucking warranties. I've just learned of a hab block with a high number of Solaris up for repo and brain shelving. We're gonna erase their debt ledgers and give them a second chance.
Okay.
Starting a remote hack. Once I'm done, it should teleport into the waiting arms of one of our people, far from here.
Hey there, Alex. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. How's your day been?
So, you know, stop that.
Let's see. Get rid of those guys. Not bad. A little bit of bug frame being regular bug frame, but I mean, other than that, not too bad.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. But I need to cross-reference something.
Fan of Warframe yourself?
Taxman supply drop incoming. Count 3.
Okay.
Find him, steal him, search him for clues. Waypoint marked. Look around. The goods are here somewhere. If the taxmen secure them first, the mission's a wash.
There's that.
Right, first cache. 2 to go.
And done.
Good work. Conduct a quick sweep for the remaining cache. All pockets picked and and in record time. Hell of a show, Sparky. Hell of a show. Found something useful too.
Kinda new. When I get a mod name called Hammer. You have it? Sounds familiar. But give me a minute or two. Obviously, I'm in the middle of a bounty right at this moment in time, so.
Then get down there. Remember, if I'm going to rip its data mass, we need that coil drive in one piece. Do you see it? It's headed right for the trap.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go up here and start up our Necromech.
We need the coil drive to hit that trap. Boom!
Oh my god.
Down. Get me access to its data mass.
Yeah, I'll have to check my mod list to see, you know, if I have that mod there. Also, what rarity is it? Is it common? Is it uncommon? Not a prime, but yeah, once I'm done with this bounty, then I'll be able to kind of help you out there. So I played in the OG times and returned like 2 weeks ago. I'm addicted for real. Indeed, my friend, indeed. One of the original founders, maybe? It's rare? Okay. Well, I'll see if I have some spares, but I don't know. It depends on where it's dropped from, so if I've done a lot of those missions, then it'll be easy. But you know, I have heard of that before, so it's not like it's completely unknown to me, but I don't know how many I have, so.
Wait. One of our picket teams got themselves surrounded. Corpus Patrol. Bring them home. Oh no. I knew some of these people. Search the bodies. Find any survivors. Damaged. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before
I don't know where to get it. Well, normally if you check the wiki, it will kind of give you a hint as to where it normally drops from. But obviously, you know, if it's an area that you're not quite sure about, then obviously that's going to be a little bit rough to you're obviously going to have a little bit of difficulty, you know, on that. Hey there, Vinny. How you doing? How's your day been? I think I just got Rhino Prime for 130 plat. I think it was worth it. I mean, you know, um, Rhino Prime is definitely, you know, definitely a nice Warframe, that's for sure. Mr. Tank himself, so. I mean, 130 plat though, I mean, seems a little expensive. You might have found a better price on the market, but I mean, hey, you know, if you have 130 prime, 130 plat to spend, then you know it's all good. You know. I'm doing good there, Vinny. I'm doing good. Trying to work on getting some Aya so that I can get some relics. So I have 10, close to 10 Aya so far. So
Reckon even Biz would be impressed. Let's put what the survivors know to good use. Listen up.
yeah, I saved it for a good prime. Indeed. And you know, Rhino is definitely one of those good primes, so.
All no-hopers facing full body repossession. Find every last file, and I'll make sure their debts are wiped clean. They take their security seriously here. Trip an alarm and they could slag their entire databank in response. So be sodding careful.
Yeah, and from, you know, I've tried to build, you know, Rhino up to be as good of a tank as I possibly can, but obviously, you know, some people have, like, you know, the fact that you could potentially get, like, up into, like I think I've heard someone say that they got in, like, 3 million HP or, you know, 3 million, you know, armor to it. It's like, what? So, I mean, there's some insane builds, not gonna lie, for Rhino. So, you know, not I personally haven't seen it, but then again, I haven't like watched too many people I haven't watched too many videos of Warframe because I'm always afraid of like getting spoiled about like certain storylines and stuff like that. I haven't really, you know, watched too many along those lines. I have watched a couple of people, you know, like ranking Warframes before, but never really anything that like contains any kind of storyline or something like that. So, and you know, don't get me wrong, you know, I've been around, um, you know, with you know, I've been around for a couple of years now, so it's like, you know, um, oh yeah, yeah, no, I've seen the build. The problem that I have with that 3 million is that you have to, um, from what I understand, you have to be able to use your like Rhino Charge. There's like a mod that you need to have for Rhino Charge that gives you more armor based off of how many you hit, and then it like you know, and then of course you add that all in to your overall armor, and yeah, it's ridiculous. But I never really wanted to deal with the Rhino Charge anyway, so it's like meh. You know, I'll you know, I'm okay with the like the I think I'm think I got it up to like around 70K or something like that. And believe me, that's enough in my opinion for now. You know, if I really need to worry too much about, you know, armor that goes up into the 3 millions, then I'll worry about it at that particular moment in time. But for right now, I think I'm good. So, okay, hammer. You said hammer shot, right? Ooh, does not look like I have hammer shot at all. Let's see. Warframe hammer shot. Ooh, yeah, that if it's giving critical damage and critical status chance, that's obviously a really nice mod. Let's see, where does it drop from? Okay, nightmare mode missions, and it has a 1% chance. Ooh, yeah, that is a bit rough, my friend. Um, Now I haven't really done too many nightmare mode missions myself, and the fact that it's a 1%, it's not too much of a surprise that I don't have it either. So yeah. So for anybody that's kind of curious what we're kind of talking about, let's see, where is it again? Non-invasions. Yeah, here. Under the alerts here, there's missions that are called Nightmare, which obviously, you know, if you want to tackle these, then, you know, you're welcome to do so, but obviously they're going to, you know, increase the overall difficulty for you, you know, based off of the Nightmare. So, that particular mod, you know, it has a 1% chance of dropping if you complete these missions properly. Well, I haven't done too many myself, so, um, but now that I know that that one mod is there, I might need to consider doing that a little bit more often. You know, then like if I see Nightmare on my Nightwave, then I might want to consider tackling that because that was a nice mod. Sorry that I don't have one for you there, Alex, to give, but yeah, um, it's a rough one. So, Death Detonation Chicken Mode, yeah, um, yeah, it's indeed a really difficult one to get your hands on. So, you know, 1% is not ideal. But I mean, you might find some other decent mods in the, you know, in the nightmare modes as well. So, you know, um, yeah, it's okay there, Alex. You know, can't say that I have all the mods, unfortunately. You know, there's, there's a lot of mods, and obviously, you know, there's some that, you know, I just have not been able to, get my hands on them. So, now, obviously, you know, some of them are like, hey, um, maybe I'm gonna need to do a little bit more in terms of, you know, um, I have to grind certain areas, certain bosses, and stuff like that in order to pick things up, for example. Um, but yeah, that's you know, not always possible at times. So. I'll get it prime cryo rounds too. I don't know how much it is worth or how to get it. Typically, prime mods are from what's his name? Barracuteer. check out Barracuteer, and normally he will have the Prime mods. That's where I've typically found Prime mods from. So, yeah, he's there now. So I mean, if you go to, if you go to Barracuteer, you'll be able to find, some Prime mods. Um, I don't think he's selling Prime Crow rounds this time around, but I mean, you always want to kind of check him out whenever he's here. So, um, so let's see. What was he selling again? I've already been to him already, so, but I don't remember him selling Prime Crow rounds this time around. But
The wait is over, Tenno.
he's currently selling Prime Charge Shell, which, I mean, if you like some electricity damage, there you go. He's also got Prime Flow going on right at this moment in time, and he's got Prime Smite Corrupted. So, which, I mean, I haven't, I mean, I have, but it's damage to the Corrupted. It's like, maybe if I set up weapons lined up for the corrupted, sure, but for the most part it's like meh. You know, these two, however, yeah. Now obviously if you need Scattering Inferno, that's there too. Although I think you can still get Scattering Inferno elsewhere. So you don't, yeah, you shouldn't necessarily need to spend ducats for Scattering Inferno. I've gotten a couple of those already. So let's see, where were they? Where were they dropped again? Let's see, spy missions. And oh boy, I did a lot of spy missions. Oh, okay. I know, why. So this is going to get into spoiler mode here, there, folks. So Rose, you're going to have to kind of close your ears a little bit.
Come back soon.
I don't know how far you've gotten there, Alex. Actually, let me ask you, Alex. How far have you gotten in the main storyline in the game? What have you completed so far in terms of overall storyline? I almost got to the Codex quest. Are you restarting your profile there, Alex? Oh, you almost got all the Codex quests. Gotcha. Okay. So you are aware of Lua. I'm assuming that you're probably aware of Lua. I did.
Operator, did you hear that?
There was a time where I grinded the Lua Spy over and over and over again because I found the Lua Spy to be one of the hardest spy missions that I'd ever done, and I kept on failing on it. So I kept on grinding the Lua Spy over and over and over again. Matter of fact, I think I did probably about 3 streams worth, which was probably a good 12 hours of time dedicated to the Lua Spy missions themselves. Just trying to get through the Lua Spy. And that's probably why I got the Scattering Inferno because that is a reward for those spy missions. So if you want to, if you're like struggling with the Lewis spy missions, there you go. That's something to kind of aim for. If you want to do that, but obviously, Lewis spy is not an easy one. So, okay. That's if you want Scattering Inferno, if you haven't gotten that one yet. But yeah, that one's rough. I finally got the hang of it. Matter of fact, I probably could do it again. Actually, who? I might have a little bit of a rough spot with one of them. But I think I could probably handle the other two activations. But ooh, man. You know, I set it to friends only. It was just myself. I was going through those Lua missions over and over and over again. There was one that I just could not get through. And, I kept on failing on it. It kept on triggering the alert, and I kept on failing it. And I was like, going, God damn it. So, so yeah, it's a rough one. So, okay, now let's see which. Okay, wait. Let me check which relics I need to purchase for the Axolotl Prime and the Spear Prime here. You got any advice? What melee weapon should I get in the future? I want something with high damage. I unfortunately don't really know there, Alex. My experience has always been with the Zaws on Earth. But I don't. A lot of people say, "Oh, the Zaws are mid," blah blah blah, right? So I personally don't really know too many like max melee weapons right at this moment in time. Now you could probably try to see if there's some like maybe some Prisma weapons, or maybe some Wraith, or some sister weapons, some maybe some Lich weapons. But I don't know of anyone that is like, this is the current meta melee weapon right at this moment in time. I'm sorry, I can't really help you too much on that one. Vinny, do you happen to know, like, what's like one of the like premier melee weapons right at this moment in time? Like, right now I have like my Zaw, right? Which even this one is still not as high damage. I tried to go for like the highest damage that I possibly could, which was this one. The problem was that it was a little too slow for my tastes. So sure, it might have been a lot of damage, but it was still too slow overall to make it an effective weapon, to my knowledge. So Nikana Prime and build it. From what I understand, Nikana Prime is one of the top tier melee weapons. A lot of people try to go for Nikana Prime. That's what I've heard. I've also heard that Vekor Sidon is also one, a decent weapon overall in terms of damage. Like typically like pole arms, like Torpedo Prime or something like that. They typically have a decent amount of damage from what I understand. Um, so um, so hopefully that might help you out a little bit. The one weapon that I need to work towards right at this moment in time in terms of melee weapons,
Your chosen
you
warframe
know, and I'll
starts
eventually get
immediately.
there, just not really hunting for it too much, which is finishing off war. You know, what I want to try to do is I want to get another broken war to sacrifice to build war itself, so I can have not only broken war but war as well. I haven't heard whether or not war is like the best melee weapon, but but then again, I haven't really heard anything bad about it either, so, I don't know. So, Sun and Moon is a brand new one, and I haven't, personally, I haven't heard too much about it, but I mean, Twin Blades, and it's brand new weapons, so typically, they sometimes bump up. I've seen in, certain games where they like bump up like brand new weapons, um, thinking, oh yeah, you need to have this amount of damage, but then it like, maybe they're a little too overpowered, so eventually they might get a nerf down, but, Sun and Moon might be one, maybe. So, yeah, War is a nice one. I haven't, yeah. But I haven't been very lucky in getting another War hilt, so that's all. That's all I'm missing for another Broken War, but I'll get to it. It's no big deal. I'll get to it eventually. So I haven't really been going to the areas that really drop the hilt often, um, so I need to kind of work on that a little bit more. So. So yeah. Let's see. Okay. I have some Aya. Let's go ahead and get into Prime
No
Resurgence.
guarantees with void relics.
And
Just
then, let's see, which ones do I need again? Let's see. Okay, so I need Neo D6. And I'm gonna purchase 3 of those.
here, fresh from the past.
I need Axie S5. And I need 4 of those.
By the glory and wisdom of the
And then Axie V9. And I'll take the last remaining 3 of those.
Oh, glad to see it
There we
back
go.
in action.
Okay. It's 5 a.m. for you? Ooh, yeah. Have a good night's sleep there, Alex. Um, you know, I, you know, I would say, feel free to stop on by, but at the same time, with 5 a.m., you're on the other side of the world there, my friend. So you're gonna have a hard time seeing my streams from time to time. But you have yourself a good night. Take care, and I'll catch you next time. Okay? Thanks. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Okay, so I got the relics for myself. Now I should probably see about getting a little bit more Aya to maybe help out Blackheart. So, um, oh, I stream daily there, Alex, but I don't stream Warframe daily. This will be, I stream Warframe Friday and Saturday. So just know that, you know, I try to stream daily. I try to play different games, but Warframe is Fridays and Saturdays, so just bear that in mind. So, if you're only interested in Warframe, you know, I'll see you next Friday and Saturday. So, have a good night, enjoy, and I'll see you next time. Okay. So now I got those relics. So now, you know, obviously I don't necessarily have a lot of or at least I don't think I have a lot of traces. Yeah, I don't. Okay. Um, let's see. Maybe I should just go and see if I can break a lot of Neo relics. Just build up my trace values overall. Um, it's either that or I should try to work on getting some Aya for Blackheart. So, and try to maybe get some of those relics before they go away, before they get vaulted again. I don't really have a whole lot more. I don't really have a whole lot of time. You know what? We're gonna continue working on getting some Aya. Now, one thing that I want to check on here is, yeah, I haven't really been getting a whole lot of reputation for the vent kids.
Sparky! Good to see you, kiddo. Step aside, you dimwits. Let a real doer get on in.
I have a little, you know, obviously I have a lot of reputation now, right at this moment in time. Let's see. Oh, right. I still have,
Well, I do delight at the sight of my favorite. How are you, friend?
I still have to guild. Oh, okay. Interesting. Turning debt bond in order to guild, huh? Oh, that's irritating. Okay.
See you later, agitator.
Oh, congrats there, Rose. Let's see.
Preserve this biosphere's unique fauna.
No. Where's the debt again? Here it is.
Ah, finally. I do so prefer dealing with clients face to face. But, you know, one doesn't just give it up on the first date. Pleased to meet you. Again. Shall we deal?
Indeed. Purchase debt bonds. Ooh, I need to be careful with spending it on some of these here. Yeah, this
Use your help.
that might be a little bit better. Let's do this.
Stardust.
What do you mean purchase limit? Okay, that's weird. Why are you limiting my purchase on that? Whatever.
An entire life can change thanks to one act of kindness.
Polymer.
Life's a hell of an adventure.
There we go.
Isn't it?
Be careful there, Rose. You don't want to put too much. Um, Here, let me kind of talk about this a little bit. We'll go into the arsenal here. So when you are looking at your weapons here, right? Um, the problem with the problem that you have right now is you're most likely dealing with weapons that are really like the worst weapons. I hate to say it, but you're gonna be dealing with like some of the worst weapons that you've ever seen. Okay, they're not gonna give you a whole lot of damage to them. They're not gonna give you a whole lot of utility for them. Okay, for example, there is a shotgun that I typically recommend called the Heck, HEK, which you need to be, I believe, MK4, MR4, in order to get the Heck. Um, Problem is that I use the Heck up to about MR12, and I could tell that the Heck was not able to keep up with the enemies that I was facing. As much as I enjoyed the shotgun Heck, it wasn't enough to handle the enemies that you will be later facing. So, um, so when you go into like your weapons here, um, you know, doing an upgrade, not really worth it. Yeah, at least for your basic first weapons. Don't bother with the upgrade. Don't bother with the polarization. Don't bother with the focus lens. It really isn't worth it because you're eventually going to need to replace it. You know, I mean, you can if you have a lot of if you have a lot of potatoes, if you have a lot of forma, if you have a lot of focus lens, then you're welcome to do it, but it's not typically recommended. Okay, because more often than not, you're going to be finding weapons that are even better. Okay. You're going to be finding prime weapons that are going to be able to do more. You're going to be finding, Lich and sister weapons. You'll find out about those guys later. That do more damage. Um, so um, it's not typically in your best interest to upgrade your weapons too much. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't forget to put mods in and upgrade your mods. That's perfectly fine. Mods you keep, and mods you'll continue to pretty much use for extended period of time. Now, you could probably sell off your mods that are cracked. Those are the worst mods ever, so you want to get rid of those. Replace them with uncracked mods. So if you have like a cracked vitality, try to replace it with an uncracked vitality, for example. Um, but mods, you know, certain mods will last with you for a long time, if not forever. You know, so no, eventually you will get, better mods as you go along, but sometimes the mods, um, the mods will last you for quite a while. Not gonna lie. Okay, so for example, see how there's a standard reach, common reach mod here. Well, I was able to get myself the prime reach. So while you know sure, I still have this, you know, original Reach mod here that did 1.1 in range overall. I now have the Prime Reach that does even more. So, um, so okay. But yeah, be careful. Don't, you know, um, typically you want to hold off on doing any kind of upgrades, potatoing, or polarization until you start getting into the prime weapons and prime warframes. That's it. So once you get to those points, then you'll start, putting in some potatoes, doubling the mod capacity, so on and so forth. But for right now, you'll probably just want to like um, you know, take a weapon, max it out, get yourself another blueprint for another weapon, build it, equip it, max it out, and rinse and repeat. So just keep on doing that. So you know, you'll be, when you do, when you finish off a weapon, you max it out, you know, more often than not, early game weapons you can just go ahead and sell off because they're really not worth too much. Uh, they're just as we kind of talk about it, it's typically deemed as MR fodder, meaning we're just using it to increase our overall MR, and that's it. Once you're done with that particular weapon, you're pretty much welcome to just go ahead and sell it off. Now, you might absolutely love the weapon. Like for example, the fact that, I love the heck. Bear in mind, um, I have another version of the heck, the Vacor heck, but it's, so far I've been kind of happy with my current shotgun that I have right now, so I haven't really had a need to max out the Vacor heck. So, for example, here, let me kind of show you the difference here. So I have the Corinth Prime, right? And when you compare it to the Vacor heck, you can kind of see that there's a lot of negatives, in the Vacor heck. And these are base stats, by the way. This is not with any kind of mods included on it. Um, so as you can see, there is a lot of um, negative standing overall in the base stats between the Vacor heck versus the Corinth Prime. So it's like, you know, um, but you know, the original hack, the one that's you can only purchase with MR4, I believe. I used it up until MR12, but at that point I was like going, okay, I can't kill anybody with a hack anymore. So I had to eventually, you know, come to the realization that um, the hack was no longer viable and I needed to sell it off. So, Um, and then I eventually got the Corinth Prime, which has been a very nice shotgun weapon. Although even that, I feel I'm not really doing a whole lot of damage. So, at least for the higher level enemies. So, which is kind of weird because it often feels like I'm um um let's see. It feels as though I have um the right mods in it. It's just not really getting um it doesn't feel like I'm getting the right kind of numbers out of it, so okay.
I always like to name them. You should name her. What's her name?
Let's see, I have Tin Can for one. What's a good name? Um, here we go. Breast Bucket.
Welcome to the world, kiddo.
And there we go. Now, let's see. Crafted. And I still have to get the ingredients for that one, so. Let's see. I was trying to get a good gun. I mean, for MR1, you're probably not going to be seeing too many great guns to start off with. Um, you know, just keep on doing the grind. Get up to, keep on grinding up your MR. Sell off the old crappy guns because you'll probably no longer need them. Break relics so that you can get some more prime parts and try to get yourself a prime weapon. So, what does craft mean? It means that I've already bought the blueprint and already made it. So it's already been, it's currently like in my inventory. So that's all. Let's see. Where do I stand um, on the MOAs here? Ooh, I don't think I have any here right at this moment in time. That's not great. Or at least I don't have a list here right at this moment in time. Hold on. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. No. There it is. Okay. There's some hounds that I'm going to need to look into. Let's see. Let's see, the Dorma hound. The Heck Hound. Okay, thought I built Shade Prime already. Okay, let's see. Okay, I need to check on Icus, the Arluro Moa, and the Paramoa. I think that is about it. Yeah. Okay, let's see, inventory. Companions. Okay, I have the Nicholas Mora already done. I just need to need experience on that one. So
Puritanical, biomechanical, with manipulators contractible, memory expansible, brains mathematical, and mindsets blazing tactical. Ain't nothing problematical for these mowers and tin cans and bots fantastical.
I thought I already had Shade Prime somewhere. Okay, let's see.
Rookie before me, who's this that I see? Yo, Walder, buddy, long time absentee. How are you, baby?
Okay, let's see. Okay, I already got the Paramoa blueprint already made. Okay. Laura. Okay, so I've already crafted that one too. Okay, so
I'm also available for parties. I like it.
I'm not really caring too much about everything here. That is a really weird looking moa there, but
Nice.
oh, okay. Need some more companion slots, so
Hello, beautiful.
there we go.
Put together, if I do say so myself.
Okay, and now we have this one.
I like it. Okay, okay. I see where you're
And
going.
there we go. Oh, jeez. Alright. And build that one.
There you go, little fella.
There
On
we
your
go.
feet.
Okay, so now I have all 4 MUAs taken care of. Just need to guild those remaining 2 there. Okay, now
I ain't part of what you might call a legitimized supply chain, but bring in your own gear, heads, engines, payloads, and I'll put together a little buddy for you. Quick, smart, no questions asked.
hmm. Okay, looks like I cannot.
Right. It was the rhyming, wasn't it?
Where are the hound parts again? Let's see, Warframe, hound parts. Ah, okay. I was thinking that maybe I would have to, I'd be able to purchase them from from a particular seller. Nope. Okay. Well, I see. Okay, so we'll have to kind of work on that a little bit, I guess. That's gonna be a pain. Okay. I didn't know that it was kind of I needed to do that part of the Warframe in order to get those parts. Okay. Okay. Hmm. I now I kind of wonder. Hmm. So you basically get the parts from sisters. Um, and now I'm kind of wondering whereabouts do you get them from, you know, like do they drop as well with the sister weapon or are they basically saying, "Hey, um um you know, if you want these particular parts, you know, you can have them replace with the sister weapons or something along those lines." Is it like an either or situation, or is it something that comes with? Oh well, I don't know. Each sister comes with a fully built hound that you get. You get the weapon and the dog. Oh, okay, okay. So you get all the parts? Wow, okay. Didn't expect that one. Okay, I might need to consider doing that at some point then. Of course, I still have to kind of work on the liches as well, but, um, so, okay. Okay. So now we have a total of 4 different MOAs. You know, I know that I probably designed the MOAs as pretty much, you know, willy-nilly. I didn't really put too much thought into, like, you know, like, hey, I didn't really put a whole lot into whether or not, I really need to, like, try to maximize all the positives and negatives of all these modes or anything like that. But from what I understand, the modes are still kind of crap anyway. So it's like, you know, so. Just enough for me to kind of get some MR and kind of be done with it. If I really need to, I can look up like the best kind of builds for MOAs, and I'll maybe try to rebuild one if necessary. But for the most part, I'm just kind of using it for MR increase, and that's it. So at least that's the current potential right at this moment in time. So I see MOAs in level 400 content holding their own pretty well. Okay. I do have Shade Prime pretty much ready to go. Do I have any companions that... I should probably hold on to Prisma Shade. I don't think I have regular Shade. I've been kind of debating, I've almost been thinking of I'll just go ahead and sell off Motor because it's like, I already have the same kind of cat. At least I think I do. Yeah, I already have Darling already kind of made. So I'm thinking maybe I'll sell off Motor, pull out Prime Shade. I don't think I can trade cats if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't think you can trade cats. You can trade the blue in the genetic material, but you can't trade the pets themselves, if I remember correctly. So it'd be kind of nice if they actually traded the pets themselves, to other content creators or other people. But yeah, because it's like um, you're just um, I mean, I could see kind of like a market for that if you wanted, like maybe, if you design like a really, interesting looking, cat or Kavad or something along those lines, I could definitely see a market where you can basically go, hey, anybody want a pet? Here it is, kind of thing. But yeah, no, you can only do the genetic material, which is like, okay, well, you do it twice and you're pretty much done. It's like, well, you know, but I could see like a good market for that if Warframe were to kind of open that up, allow for pet trades, I could see, um, some people just doing a lot of, potential, platinum purchases for pets that way. So that might actually booster the overall economy. I don't really see that as a major negative either, especially if someone wants to have like a certain pet for fashion frame and that's it. So now I mean, obviously you could have, someone like designing a pet that, is like the worst stats ever. You could try to do something along those lines, but um, so someone's gonna have to, so that would have to be like really, you have to be really careful if you're trying to like purchase a pet for actual combat. But I mean, if you're trying to do it just for fashion frame, then I could see that as a potential market if they do it. But I haven't heard anything from them about ever doing that. So I don't even know if they've ever considered it. Hmm. So, like, I think I knew about like one content creator that was kind of showing off their pets that they created, but because you couldn't really sell off your pets, you know, um, I think she was like going, "Hey, I can give you genetic material or something like that. I'll sell off the genetic material, but I don't think you can't sell it to pets itself." So it's like, you know, so I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, probably would have been kind of cool if they did something like that. But okay, okay. Let's see. Where are we in terms of time? 4.5 hours. You know what? I think I'm probably gonna close on down here. Um, but at the same time, I want to try to help out Blackheart with his Aya. Mm, damn it. I don't know. Well, I think I'm gonna have to end it. So, um, I've already gone pretty long already here on this Warframe journey. So, um, it's just unfortunate that I wasn't able to get more Aya than I was kind of hoping for. So that kind of slowed me down a bit. But oh well. Let's see. I'll probably have to maybe try to hop online, like, well, hop online offline or off stream, I should say, and try to maybe see about getting a little bit more Aya. Um, I'll maybe reach out to Blackheart and see if there's a point where he wants to go about doing that. But at the same time, as he stated, his days are pretty rough because during the day is extremely hot for him, especially with his computer. So he normally doesn't hop online during his daytime. So, um, hmm. Well, um, you know what? I should just back off because I'm now thinking of it this way, where it's like, um, I'm basically getting the Aya to supply to him the relics that I need, and I don't really like that either. Um, you know, now don't get me wrong. Obviously, if he can get the weapons as well, then he'll be happy as well, right? Um, I don't know. Oh, I forgot to set up the gargoyle and the dojo yesterday. Fuck. Someone's gonna have to remind me next week on Friday. Remind me that I need to set up the gargoyle and the dojo for if that one mission ever comes about again. We'll be able to just kind of activate it right then and there and start up that mission. So or start up that event. So I gotta take care of that. So um, but yeah, okay. I think that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it at this point. Got some MOAs set up, so there's that. Still need to work on some kit guns, but I need to do some fishing on that. I need rep for the K drives, and I also need reputation for the prisms as well. Um, so there's still some more work that I need to do there. I also need to work on liches and sisters, so I'm probably gonna need to do a lot of grinding along those lines pretty soon. I'm gonna need to kind of focus on those a bit more as we proceed forward. Um, but I think next week um, I'll need to see with Blackheart on maybe kind of working on some of the Warframes that we haven't gotten you know ourselves, like maybe working on like the Zariman bounties for gear, working on the Narmer bounties for Caliban. Um, maybe see if we can do those maybe next week. So, um, so yeah, and that's gonna be it for tonight. I think that's where we're gonna go and end it. Um, so I want to thank everybody for stopping on by and joining me during this journey. I want to thank Vinny, Rose, and Alex for stopping on by and chatting with me. I appreciate it. Hopefully you all had a grand time. I don't believe there was anyone else. Oh, no, there was Marius earlier tonight as well as Wolf Raider. So I want to thank you guys for stopping on by as well during the stream. So hopefully you had a grand time. Hopefully you had a good time. Um, check out the description for social media links. Links that help me out, such as Patreon and Throne. Links that might help you out, such as Team Robot. Check out, um, you know, check out Blackheart. You know, check out Crazy. Check out Kermit. Those folks are in the description, or at least should be in the description. Oh wait, I haven't checked to see whether my live description has changed or not. I haven't checked on that. Let's see. It has not changed. God damn it. How do I change that? Hmm. My stream description does not change. I need to figure out a way to kind of fix that. But um but yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. I want to thank you all for joining me on my continued Warframe journey. I hope that you all had a good time. Um, feel free to stop on by, again for the next Warframe stream. Come on by tomorrow for some Genshin Impact. That's going to be tomorrow. So if you're interested in that, we got some. I'll see about trying to get online for the Pega certification studies, the Unreal studies, uh, and we'll continue working towards some Genshin Impact. And later on that night. And yeah, that's going to be it. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time.